The internet is a story about community and connection. A global space where we share our knowledge, our joys, and our lives. A space to receive news, services, and perspectives. The internet is where we connect. This is where ideas are shared, business is conducted, memories are preserved, and identities are shaped. A community open to all of us, to build, to form, and to protect. We are all connected. We are the internet. Let's shape our future together. We welcome you to the Internet Governance Forum 2025 in Norway.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being so kind to be here so early in the morning after a long trip to, here, and to be for this session that will be about, as you have seen from the title, trying to understand who are the friends and who are the foes in this very complicated and unclear situation for the internet governance and especially for the fight to disinformation. It's a session that will have some participants with me here from Nordic countries, one from Finland and the other one from Norway, but also we will have other participants from remote that will be from Brussels. We will have somebody from the European Commission, and we will have somebody from the based in Berlin at the moment, but is one of the most active person in the fact-checking and countering disinformation in the US. And we will have Paola Gori that will open, that is from the EDMO. This is the Secretary General of EDMO. That is the body that the European Union has tasked for fighting disinformation. So, I think that we don't have too much time. I would prefer that we start immediately. If Paola is ready, I will give the floor to her. Are you ready? Yes, she is with us. Welcome, Paola.
Yep.
You look frozen.
Yeah, I guess you're hearing me and are sharing also a quick presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, well, but we don't see the presentation yet. She is coming.
I see it on my screen, so just let me know when you see it.
Yes, now we can see the first slide. It's okay.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Giacomo. And good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be in this, to start the day, actually, this day zero with this session. As Giacomo was saying, the overall IGF focus is on internet governance, and within this topic, of course, disinformation is creating quite a lot of, if you want, emotional reactions around. Also in past editions of the IGF, and I think everybody is here. What I just wanted to bring up here today again is this situation in which we are, where on one side we have the spread of disinformation narratives, be it from internal or from external actors. They tackle different policies, be it migration, climate change, elections, of course, health. They're often very linked. For example, the same goes, for example, with gender disinformation and so on. And it can be spread internally and externally, and by internal and external actors. It can be state-backed, it can be also not state-backed. There can be the use of proxies. There can be the use of artificial intelligence both to generate content but also to spread it. These are all things that I think we all know, as well as the fact that this information is there in a broader mission of creating doubt, creating division in our society, put us in a situation in which at a certain moment we don't actually are in a position to really be sure about stuff, because we got so many information with so different facts or non-facts actually, and this puts us in a very difficult situation overall, and this erodes, of course, the information integrity. Information integrity is key in a democratic process because, let's put it in a very simple and easy way, if we want to take any decision, we have to have a basis on which we can make this decision. So if the basis is actually not based on facts, then we are in a situation in which we may make a decision which is not in our interest in the end. On the other side, what we are seeing more and more is a huge rhetoric against any policy framework that tries to tackle disinformation. One of the main arguments at the basis of this is the fact that it may violate freedom of expression, which, if you look at it from a very neutral point of view, it's a very fair concern, because it is very important that whichever policy that deals with disinformation respects fundamental rights and also freedom of expression. But the rhetoric that we are seeing there is actually more, if you want, an emotional one rather than a rhetoric which actually looks at the real framework and then actually does a real assessment of whether freedom of expression is violated or not, because very often actually it is not. And the two reinforce each other. And this is something we are seeing globally, so I'm just setting the scene in a very global way. What we are seeing as approaches, and of course EDMO, and I will say a few words about EDMO, though those who are familiar with the IGF are also familiar with EDMO, but so far, because it's not the first session we're having here, is that whichever response to get back to information integrity starts, of course, with digital literacy, media literacy, with strengthening quality journalism, and so on. And if you look at the global frameworks that we have around, like the Global Digital Compact, the guidelines by UNESCO on the governance of digital platforms, the recent communication by the High Representative and the European Commission on the communication on international digital strategy for the EU, and also the Digital Services Act, which is a regulation, there are a few elements which are common there, which are the fact that any response, as we were saying before, has to be grounded on fundamental values and the respect of human rights. We cannot transcend from it. Has to happen. The focus is rather on algorithmic and transparency. There should be a multi-stakeholder approach. This is, I think, the IGF is actually the one of the responses to that, right? So it's really a multi-stakeholder level. It is based on risk mitigation, which means that it looks at the risk that the way that the platforms, for example, or some online actors work could have on certain elements, for example, public health, minors, civic discourse, and so on. So just to remind us that the focus is not on we delete content, we look at content, but rather on we look at if the way the platforms work can actually be abused for malign purposes. So I just wanted to set the scene in highlighting these differences. And the instruments that I was mentioning earlier, I think, show that we are all going into that direction, so that the global principles overall are those, and then, of course, the regional specificities, they rightly so, also have differences. And this is normal. I don't think we will ever get to something which is global in this sense, but this is fine. As long as the principles are shared and the principles are all agreed, then I think that it is important to keep regional specificities, also because, especially when it comes to disinformation, it is a global phenomenon, but the local characteristics are playing quite a strong role. Now, I will not go into this slide, but just wanted to show these two slides. This is one climate change disinformation, the next one will be on the economics of disinformation, just to show how complicated it is to navigate the disinformation sphere. It's not just one problem that is easy to understand and with an easy solution. This makes it very complicated, but probably also very interesting for everybody involved to try to address it. And I will not go through it, as I was saying, but just I wanted to just go with this.
Paola, you break up. Can you repeat the last phrase?
I will just... Sorry?
Can you repeat the last phrase? You break up.
Yeah, sorry. So I just wanted to say that I was showing these slides not to go through them because we don't have time. but just to show how complex the disinformation phenomenon is, and by consequence how complex it is also to find a solution. So I think it's not by chance that it is years and years that we are all together sitting, also sometimes disagreeing, in trying to find a solution, because the problem itself is complex, and you cannot always simplify complex situations, like in the case of disinformation. And you cannot simplify it precisely because human rights are at stake. So before giving the floor to our next panelist, I just wanted to recap for those who are not familiar with EDMO, what is EDMO doing, and why was I showing all this complexity, because the complexity brings us to a situation in which we have to understand properly the phenomenon in order to come with solutions. And the solutions cannot be just one solution, it's a mix of different solutions. And what EDMO is doing, EDMO is funded by the European Commission and is one of the pillars of the response to disinformation, is precisely that. We are a sort of a platform that brings together the different stakeholders. It's sort of like what the IGF is doing more generally on internet governance. We are bringing them all together. When possible, we are trying to provide tools like trainings or like repositories of fact-checking articles and so on. And by putting the community together, we are also in a position to find common trends, to do investigations, to do joint media literacy initiatives, to do policy analysis. So how are we doing it? Just to say that we have an EDMO EU platform, if you want, which goes EU-wide, and then we work with 14 hubs, which are national or multinational. They cover all EU member states. And these are key because you remember what I was saying at the beginning, we cannot avoid looking at the local specificities when it comes to disinformation. Very easily said, the culture, the policy, the politics, the history, the language of the media diet of a country are actually having an impact on whether disinformation is impactful or not, if it is entering a country or not, and so on. So we really need the local element to be there, otherwise we would miss part of the picture. And these hubs working all together under our coordination also allow us, as you can imagine, to do pan-European analysis, pan-European comparison, and so on. So I hope I was clear enough to somehow set this scene. I started with the global element, and then I focused a little more on the EU, and our next speakers will continue in this sense, and I think I can give it over to Benjamin Schulz.
Thank you very much, Paola. Yes, from Europe, you make a very comprehensive panorama. Now we go to the US. Benjamin, American Sunlight. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes. Am I coming through clear?
No, you can go now if you want.
Oh, okay. Yeah, is the audio okay?
Yes, please.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Giacomo, Paola. I saw Miko and Martin there on the screen. It's great to be back here with you all at the IGF. This is a really wonderful gathering, and I think a great place for dialogue, for understanding, for discussing the issues of the day, and really remembering just how global and borderless and connected the internet makes us all. And of course, that leaves ample opportunity for bad actors to misuse the internet and all of its wonderful technologies to spread disinformation. My name is Ben. I work for the American Sunlight Project, a nonprofit based in Washington, D.C., although I'm based in Berlin at the moment. And we analyze and fight back against information campaigns that undermine democracy and pollute our information environment. It's no secret that in the US, a lot has changed in the last 6 months.
No,
things have
definitely
shifted.
not.
Yeah.
We noticed.
We've noticed. Things have shifted greatly. And we've seen, just putting it frankly, democracy begin to backslide in the United States. We've seen bad actors become more active than ever in spreading information campaigns and using information operations to tear at the social fabric of the US. And we've also seen the platforms move closer and closer to the administration, really in a total sea change from the last 4 years and even the 4 years before that. We've seen people be denied entry to the US based on having critical text messages of the administration, something that really, as an American, I thought I would never see happen to my country. And so in this day and age in which content moderation, the removal of harmful or illegal content online is being equated falsely to censorship, to a violation of the right to free speech, free expression, In order to really make progress on making our internet safer and continuing the work that we all do, we have to really start to reframe how we approach this. We have to start to think about new ways, new creative ways to maintain the alliance, the transatlantic alliance, in these rough times. And so in the preparatory call that we all hopped on for this panel, I was told not to be so negative. So I'm gonna cut myself off there on the bad, and we're gonna shift to the good. And I'm gonna tell you all kind of how I'm approaching this reframing. You know, as someone working in this space, you know, someone whose organization has been called evil by a certain person that runs X, and so forth. You know, there's some work we can do, I think, to maintain the progress that we've made in making the internet a safer, better place. Recently in the US, non-consensual, explicit deepfakes, colloquially known as deepfake porn, have actually been made illegal. And this is a really groundbreaking achievement, advancement in our country. And it's something that we've done a lot of advocacy work for a really long time. And finally, just in the last months, we had enough votes in Congress to make this happen, and this achieved wide bipartisan support. And the way that we framed this is we actually showed Congress just how affected by this problem they were too. A lot of times our elected officials, you know, putting it frankly, maybe aren't keeping up as in the weeds as we are with all of the things happening online. You know, they're busy people, fair enough. And one action that we took was we wrote a report in which we laid out, just in very plain terms, how Congress is being affected by this problem, how people online of all ages, particularly young women, were being affected by this problem of being depicted in deepfakes. And we were able to push a bill over the finish line, and it was signed recently. And now platforms have to take down deepfake videos after receiving a request from a victim within 48 hours. You know, there's been plenty of criticism of this bill. It's not perfect, but it's been a big step forward. And I think we're going to get into a little bit more of this later on this panel on you know, the varying degrees of regulation in different European countries. Of course, Europe is a big continent. The EU is big, 26, 7, you know, plus a few more in the EEA member states. And there's a lot of conflicting values and arguments around regulating content online. But my hope, amidst all of the not so nice things happening in the US right now and the, you know, unfortunate degradation of the transatlantic relationship, my hope is that with small steps like these that have been taken in the States that do have broad support, such as banning explicit deepfakes that are made non-consensually, my hope is that collaborating on these issues, that Europe and the US and countries all around the world can continue the dialogue and continue to make some progress on keeping the internet safe and making it safer. And so with that, I will stop myself and pass it back to you, Giacomo, and the panel can continue, and I'm sure we'll have some good discussion coming up.
Thank you very much. Benjamin, just one question. You moved to Berlin before November or after November?
I moved in January. The timing just sort of worked out, but, you know.
Very timely.
Yeah.
I can understand. Okay, thank you. I hope that we will have time for questions. I remember that there is a mic over there. As soon as we finish with the presentation, we will discuss with the audience, because I think that there are questions that are coming. So, who's next?
Okay.
Mikko, please. Introduce yourself.
Thank you.
You are one of the members of the network that Edmo just presented us.
So my name is Mikko Salo. I'm representing a Finnish NGO run fact-checking and digital information literacy service, Faktabaari. We are part of a Nordis, that is part of the Edmo, the kind of Nordic hub, and we're working with Morten on that one. I probably kind of open it up a little bit, my angle, from a civil society point of view, whereas I understood Morten is more like the journalistic side that we are working on. But yeah, indeed, very, very challenging times. We started 11 years ago. It was still like accuracy. I think now it's more about the integrity of the information and And when you are coming from a country with a Finland that is now praised for its preparedness culture, so I try to phrase it like, where do we need to prepare now? And I think it's very much to the information integrity and a kind of AI literacy that is very, very urgently needed. And there our small NGO has been working with actually government officials, pushing them to get the kind of retrain the teachers, and then providing guidance to teachers that are very lost, of course, with the AI at the moment. And why am I so worried as an organization starting from fact-checking is that what is happening to our information, what is happening to our sources? Do people really anymore know where the information stems from and what kind of consequences it has, especially in trust-based societies like the Nordic societies? And so these are big challenges. But what gives me some like a hope is that I can say that we are happy to be part of the EU context, that there is at least like some sort of rule book for the internet that is badly broken. There is like a raising awareness that we need to kind of know something. I think as we're speaking, they are currently in Hague actually framing what is security at the moment, and I would talk about the cognitive security at the moment. And then we are talking about the famous 5% of investment to security, but now what I'm referring is the 1.5, the whole of society security and the information integrity, and I think that's the frame that we should be talking. In general, the media education investments are all over the world pretty non-existing at the moment, so there is a lot to improve at least at the moment. Finland is apparently performing the best as we are doing it. If I would invest something now, and what we are trying to do in Finland is exactly going back to the basic, is still the children, the next generation. I think that's where we have to find some sort of protection and ensure that before they first need to, I mean, this sounds kind of crazy, but they need to be able to think before they use AI. And I was just framing, and I was actually asking the ChatGPT, how does it look like a AI native person? Because if we are not able to think ourselves, we are not able to use the AI as is meant at the moment. So I would perhaps leave you with these thoughts about the importance of the education and the possibilities that we have in empowering the teachers in different societies to at least address the youngsters for the information integrity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mikko. Are you more afraid of your neighbors or your supposed friends?
We are not afraid of our neighbors. We are prepared, and there is a 50 years of history of that one. But we are. I mean, everybody has a lot to do with this information side, and it's very mental, so to say. And I think nobody's too prepared for that one. And this is a new battlefield, and we just need to take it calm and try to progress. And that's why the IGF is doing very important work to keep a kind of internet somehow in place.
Thank you very much. So, before to give the floor to Morten, that is the next speaker, I want to remember that we have with us also Eric Lambert, that will make the report of this, and it's an essential figure. He's not with us, but he's behind the scene. Morten, your organization is partially also owned by the National Public Service Broadcaster.
Among others, yes. So my name is Morten. I'm from Faktisk, the Norwegian fact-checking organization. We're jointly owned by all of the major media companies in Norway, including the public broadcaster and also the commercial public broadcaster, yes. So I'm going to talk about 3 issues that I think are important in this context. So I'm both part of Faktisk, the fact-checker, but I'm also the coordinator of Nordis, so the hub of EDMO that Mikko and Faktabari is also part of. And the first point I want to raise is that we talk about disinformation and misinformation here. I think one of the core challenges that we face in responding to this problem is that we don't know enough about the scope of the problem, and we don't know enough about its impact either, at least in a lot of domains. And I think the conditions for gaining more knowledge about this problem have become worse over the past few months. So the reason why it's becoming worse is because of regulatory divergence between Europe and the US. So up until about a year ago, several legislations came into being which were supposed to increase transparency from major tech platforms, forcing them to provide more information to independent fact checkers, but also to researchers. And I think this...
One. Except one.
Except one, of course. Yeah, the legislation was supposed to apply to all of them, but X didn't refuse to be part of the legislation. That is correct. So, but we see that there were already last year, or this year, there were some signs that things were deteriorating when Meta closed down the fact-checking program in the US. And we were expecting them to do so in Europe as well. That hasn't happened, fortunately, but we think these programs that allow us to gain more knowledge about the disinformation phenomenon are probably under threat, which is going to make our life more difficult. But there is a different problem here as well. It's very hard to, because of the wealth of information that is online in the first place, it's very difficult to estimate the scope of disinformation there. So you can see when Paula, for example, shows you a model of the disinformation phenomenon, it's very complex, it has a lot of variables, and it's very difficult to disentangle just the overall composition of platforms, the algorithms there, from disinformation and misinformation specifically. So I think it's become more difficult to obtain knowledge about this phenomenon, and that hampers the size, the scope, and of our response. So I think we have a fundamental problem there. It's probably solvable, but it's something that worries me. The second thing I want to address is the relationship between policymakers and political bodies and independent actors like Faktisk, for example, and like Faktabari, now that disinformation and misinformation is, to a greater extent, on the political agenda. So I think overall it's a good thing that both governments and the European Union and others are attempting to limit the impact and the spread of disinformation. But it also places independent actors in a difficult position because we need to be and maintain our independence from governments and from regulatory bodies in order to do our job and to maintain the trust of our audience. And once our objectives are aligned with the objectives of governments and of other regulatory and official bodies, I think it's easy for others to throw our independence into doubt because the alignment is too close. And this is, I think, something that both we as fact-checkers and as hubs of EDMO, but also the political bodies need to work out over the next couple of years to figure out what would be the right kind of cooperative coexistence between journalistic organizations that have been at the forefront of the battle against disinformation for years and governmental bodies as well. I think it's a difficult challenge, but it's one that we are in the process of addressing. The final point I want to address has to do with something that Mikko just mentioned, which is he asked ChatGPT to give him some information that would be pertinent to this session. And I think this, to me, raises the challenge that we may, when we talk about mis and disinformation, may be fighting yesterday's battles. Because up until now, the way we have related to mis and disinformation, both as consumers, accidental consumers maybe, but also as organizations that try to address it as a problem, is that we know that the disinformation and misinformation that's out there is usually observable from the outside. And that means that we can see posts on Facebook, we can see videos on TikTok. They might be algorithmically delivered to individual people on their private feed, but the content is out there in the open. However, when you use chatbots like ChatGPT or Claude, you can use whichever you want, the information that you receive from the chatbot is not in the public sphere at all. It's a response generated on the basis of a prompt that you give to the language model. which means that we as fact checkers, for example, are unable, we can't see what responses you're getting. And the more information consumption is driven into chatbots, the less we will be able to observe the misinformation out there, and the less able we will be to respond to it as well. So I don't have a solution to this. I think what's going to happen if this development accelerates is that literacy and information literacy will be much more important than it is today, because it will be up to the individual consumer and the individual user of chatbots and LLMs to actually assess the information that they're being provided. So I think we might see a transition from more debunking and fact-checking work like what we've been engaged in so far to more literacy work and really empowering people to think critically about the outputs of chatbots, for example. So I'm going to close there. I think we will see some big changes in the battle against misinformation in the coming years, but it really depends on both the regulatory divergence between the US and Europe, but also the AI development in usage of AI in the general public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that the last thing that you said are food for thought. We need to reflect on that. But who has to reflect more is probably the European Commission that is with us in the form of Alberto Rabachin. This shift from the fact-checking to media literacy and empowerment of the users, you agree with that?
Thank you, Giacomo, for this question. Indeed, this is, I hope you all can hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you well.
This is certainly a shift that is happening, and we are acknowledging that. And I would like to show you a few slides that I have prepared to accompany my presentation. Just give me a second that I make this happening. Yep. You should be able to see it.
Yes, it's coming.
Okay.
Still black, but we hope that we'll see it in a second. Yes, now we can see.
Okay. So yes, indeed. So from the European Commission point of view, what we have in place, is a framework which is quite a rich framework, trying to, preserve the integrity of the information sphere. It's not necessarily. It's a problem of content, but it's also a problem of functioning of the information ecosystem, of the digital information ecosystem. And first of all, I think we have to make sure that also the citizen that of the European citizen are also themselves considering disinformation and misinformation and information integrity as an issue, as a problem, as a challenge. And in fact, the latest Eurobarometer survey from 2023 and 2024 made ahead of the European election have shown that 38% of the Europeans consider, disinformation, misinformation, one of the biggest threats to democracy. There is really also recently 82% of the European consider that disinformation is a problem for democracy, and they are aware, most of them are aware of this problem. So we are doing something that is perceived as useful by the citizen, and also where we have to look at when we try to address the disinformation phenomenon, certainly also from the citizen point of view. Social media, online social network are the sources of the problem, the biggest source of the problem. And this also reflects the technological development that we have witnessed in the last 10 years, where, the digital online information ecosystem became the main source of information. Of course, some of you mentioned also the role of AI, and certainly, AI, the use of AI, of course, AI opens a lot of opportunities in all sectors, but can also use for malicious activity. And also thanks to EDMO, we are currently monitoring the amount of disinformation that is linked to content that has been generated by AI. And we see that this content is taking up, this type of content is taking up. And we have witnessed this in particular in the latest national election in Europe. But what is the EU doing? First of all, we are working with partners among EU countries, with other countries outside the European border, and with international organizations, and we are very happy to be here talking about this important subject. Of course, there is also a very important mission, which is raising awareness and communicating about this phenomenon. I think EDMO is doing a great job with this network, to also inform the citizen on the different forms that this phenomenon can take. Of course, we are also promoting access to independent media, to fact-check content. We support media literacy activity. And then we also foster this, in particular around the code of practice on the code of conduct and disinformation, we foster this cooperation between social media platform and civil society organization. Last but not least, of course, there is a pioneering regulation, which is the Digital Services Act. The Digital Services Act is the first global legal standard for tackling disinformation while protecting freedom of expression and information. This regulation does not look at content, but looks how the content is distributed, basically, looks at the functioning of the algorithm, looks at avoiding that malicious actor abuse this algorithm to spread disinformation, to manipulate public discourse, to create different systemic risk. It gives to the Commission strong investigatory powers, which is also helping in increasing transparency on the functioning of social media platforms. Then we have, I mentioned, the Code of Conduct on disinformation. The most recent development is that the Code of Practice on disinformation has now been brought within the co-regulatory framework of the DSA, so it becomes a meaningful benchmark for a very large online platform to fulfill the DSA requirement from, of course, the disinformation point of view. It contains a large set of commitment and measure. And then there is the third pillar, which is societal resilience. I will put EDMO under this basket. As I said, EDMO is a great tool that we support to increase awareness about the phenomenon of disinformation through the detection and the analysis of it. We have supported also the creation of the highest ethical and professional standard in the fact-checking for fact-checking in Europe, and we finance a lot of media literacy activities. This is a little bit the story of the code. We started back in 2018 with 16 signatory and 21 commitments. Now we are in 2025, 42 signatory with a very granular code that includes 43 commitments and 128 measures. As of the 1st of July, the code, as I mentioned before, we fully enter into the DSA framework and will be auditable. So this is also the big transformation that we are doing with this, moving the code under the DSA. So the signature of the code will need to be audited on the implementation of the code. This will be an obligation under the DSA. I'm not spending a lot of words on the code because maybe people are familiar, but the code wants to tackle several areas that are relevant for the disinformation phenomenon. Demonetization of disinformation, transparency of political advertising. I mean, we also have new regulation coming into place, reducing manipulative behavior, empower user, empower fact checkers, and provide access to data for research purposes. And then I'm concluding, you have seen, and it's really a pleasure to see that in this panel, there are a lot of EDMO representatives. It was a huge effort from our side to create this network of 14 apps, soon to be 15. We will have a new hub coming up, which aligned to the new strategy for international cooperation of the European Union. We will have a new hub that will cover also Ukraine and Moldova, which are a critical regional spot if we want to have fight disinformation. And let me also remind that maybe it's not clear to everyone how big is this network. EDMO includes more than 120 organizations across the whole EU, including Norway and soon also Ukraine and Moldova. And last but not least, you mentioned it at the beginning, Giacomo, media literacy. Media literacy is an aspect that appears in different parts of our strategy, is part of our policy and regulatory framework, both in the DSA and in the European Media Freedom Act. We have a media literacy expert group. We also have the new European Board for Media Services that has a subgroup on media literacy. EDMO is doing great activities, in particular at local level, with initiatives that are tailored to the needs of the different member states, and in particular to Creative Europe and through pilot project and preparatory action, we support a lot of cross-border media literacy activities. I will stop here and give you back the floor.
Thank you very much, Alberto. We are quite late, but I don't want to spoil the audience from the possibility to raise questions. I see that already there is somebody there. Could you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, my name is Lou Coatney. I'm a retired American librarian over here for my younger Norwegian American children. On LinkedIn, I have a white paper about the Ukraine war titled Biden and Blinken's War Begetting Holocaust, Objective Facts Footnoted. And two big lies are being pushed by the European Union, by Europeans. First of all, Kiev 2014 was an outside agitated coup for 4 objective reasons, which I put in my paper. Secondly, the attack in 2022 was provoked by Zelensky himself, pumped up by the Europeans in Munich, threatening Ukraine getting nuclear weapons. And finally, which really concerns me, Europe is voting against the annual United Nations anti-Nazi resolution, which sort of is self-defining, self-incriminating, that we are Quisling collaborators. Now, my question is, if the EU is so biased, pro-war biased, shouldn't the United Nations keep it at far arm's length as far as judging what's misinformation and disinformation? Thank you for letting me ask my question.
Thank you. Other question from the room? Okay, in the meantime, Alberto, do you want to answer to this first question while, oh, yes, please, go ahead. There's a second question.
Hi, my name is Thora. I'm a PhD researcher from Iceland, examining how very large platforms and search engines are undermining democracy. I am asking about academic access because this is a big problem, and I've been a research fellow at the Humboldt Institute, where they have Friends of the DSA, which is a group of academics who are trying to gain this access, but the large platforms are dragging their feet and claiming that EU has to make a few definitions in order for this to start. And I'm wondering, what is the status of academic access, and what should we start with? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, you want to answer to this, and then Alberto will give the other question?
Yes, I can just echo what was just said from the audience. We recently tried to run a project where we were supposed to work with researchers to extract information from one of the major platforms, and we noticed very quickly that the research APIs where you can actually extract information was much more limited than we had expected. So I think this is a major problem that a lot of people experience, and it definitely has not been fixed yet.
Okay, so Alberto, do you have some element of answer to the first question? And probably you have to complement what has been said about access to the data from the platforms that is essential for understanding what happens.
Yes, Giacomo. On the first question, and this is an important element that I want to stress, when we talk about, detection of disinformation, analysis of disinformation, we don't want to be the one calling the shots. We are supporting an independent, multidisciplinary community, which is represented by EDMO here, 120 organizations, which are selected by independent experts. And the work that they do in fact-checking and analyzing this information is completely independent from not only from the European Commission, but also from other EU governments. And this is really something that we really are taking care of, and we want to be preserved. On the second question, I think, there is the Digital Services Act that obliges platform to provide data for research activity. There is an upcoming delegated act that should also move the bar up or down, let's say, in terms of, providing more access to researchers in Europe for doing their work. I think this is fundamental to have a better understanding of the phenomenon and therefore to design proper policy responses.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that we run out of time. There is one more question? Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Muhammad Aded Ali. I'm from Somalia, part of recipe program. Recognizing artificial AI propaganda in terms of digital integrity violation involves identifying when AI technology are misused to deceive, manipulate, or misinform individuals or groups. These violations can threaten trust, transparency, ethical standard in digital communication. So my question is, how can EU rules recognize this in terms of internet integrity? Thank you.
In terms of the internet?
Internet and digital integrity, based on EU rules.
Okay. I think that we can give a generic answer that is that the information integrity becomes now more and more, as Mikko said before, the relevant point, is because especially we will have to face, thanks to the artificial intelligence, a flood of disinformation automatically made, and so it becomes more and more important to identify which are the reliable sources and if the information has been manipulated, and this, according to what Morten was saying before, will become more and more difficult. So a mix of rules, as European Union is trying to do, and work on the media integrity made by the media and the journalists is absolutely essential to try to face this unpredictable future. Thank you very much. Sorry that we didn't give you too much answers, but we share with you a lot of questions. But this is the times we are living, and we hope that in the next days we can find some other answers from other partners. I just remember you that in a few minutes we'll start in workshop room number 2, a seminar by BBC and Deutsche Welle that is about how the public service could remediate to part of the problems that we have faced this morning. Thank you very much, everybody, for participating, and I wish you a nice IGF, and thank you for coming again.
Hello and welcome to you, our guests. Thank you for joining us here today. Thank you also to our online guests joining us globally. A warm welcome to sustainable digital growth, net negative, net zero, or net positive. I'm Natalie Becker-Arkovic, and I'll be your moderator for this session. It's so lovely to have you here this morning. Well, this session will explore the concept of net digital sustainability. What is that? Well, that is the idea that digitalization should not only reduce harm, but actively deliver net positive environmental and societal outcomes, redefining how we measure and how we manage a truly sustainable digital transformation. So digital infrastructure and services are transforming our societies, as we know, from data centers to mobile networks. They are the key drivers of innovation and sustainability, and they have a growing environmental impact that requires really a more responsible approach. Data centers are particularly important in this conversation and in this transformation. Their power consumption has increased sharply and is expected to continue rising, driven by the large AI models and also global demands that we see for connectivity. By aligning infrastructure and governance and accountability with our shared global goals, this session invites really a cross-sectoral dialogue on how digital transformation can become a force for sustainability and for justice. Now, the guiding question, what kind of governance is needed to ensure digitalization drives net positive sustainability, innovation and value creation, will be a core guiding question that we will try and answer during the session. And through keynotes and a panel discussion, we will try and do this. However, what I would like to do first is introduce the people who are going to be framing this session, who are really going to be setting the tone for us and laying the foundations for the conversations that are coming in our panel discussions. I would like to welcome Jon Eivind Velure. He's the director of the Norwegian Communications Authority, or NCOM. Two values they have, responsible and bold, and digital sustainability is one of its strategic focus areas. As a leader at NCOM, he's responsible for digital security, for artificial intelligence, and the regulation of electronic communication in Norway. He will share the stage with Nikolai Lovdal, who is the Assistant Director for Digital Sustainability at NCOM, and he will be introducing Nikolai, who has 20 years of experience as entrepreneur, researcher, strategy consultant at the intersection of technology and innovation and sustainability. And Jon Eivind and Nikolai will really, as I said, frame the concept of what net digital sustainability means. And they will present the case of Norway, highlighting Norway's journey towards developing a data-driven dashboard for sustainable digital governance. So please join me in welcoming Jon Eivind Velure to the stage. Jon Eivind, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, good morning and welcome again to Day Zero of the Internet Governance Forum here in Norway. At NCOM and as the Director General, it is my honor to open a session that asks a bold yet responsible question. How can we make sure that the digital wave we are riding becomes a net positive force for people and the planet? First of all, let me try to frame it. So, where do we stand today? The ICT sector alone already accounts for about 2 to 4% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and that share is likely to grow. Science-based targets require us to cut absolute ICT emissions by 45% between 2020 and 2030. To stay at the 1.5 degree pathway. So although energy efficiency per bit keeps improving, our absolute footprint still rises, driven in particular by data-hungry AI workloads. So we need digital infrastructure and new technology, of course, because this is powering health, it's powering education, security, and business growth. But as a society, we must also answer how do we shrink that footprint while scaling the handprint? The positive knock-on effects that digitalization can deliver. So what does net positive means? Allow me to try to frame net digital sustainability with a simple illustration. Showing on the screen, on the left block, the footprint, that is, of course, the negative impact of digital infrastructure and devices. Its energy consumption, its carbon emitted, its material used, and biodiversity lost. Handprint on the other side, the right block, that is the positive impact. It's emissions and resources avoided when other sectors use digital services. Smart grids, telemedicine, precision farming, for naming a few. In addition, we also have the rebound effect. When things get more efficient, more cheap, we tend to use more of it, which reduces, again, the positive handprint effect. So if you add a handprint, subtract the footprint, and adjust for the rebound effect, only then can we know if we achieve a net positive result worth celebrating. So, governance in this, that is, of course, everything we do to steer the balance. That are the rules, the incentives, the standards. It's the open data. That is, of course, inside companies, between companies, within nations, across borders. So the guiding question for today is, what kind of governance is needed to ensure that digitalization drives net positive sustainability, innovation, and value creation? Of course, to solve this is not a solo project. We need to work together. It spans public and private sector, regulators and innovators, from the north to the south. And that is, of course, precisely the spirit of the Internet Governance Forum. It's a multi-stakeholder arena where we can test ideas and build common rule sets. Norway has begun to walk the talk by measuring our national digital footprint and developing an open, data-driven dashboard. To share that journey, I'm pleased to pass the floor to my colleague and NCOM's Assistant Director within Digital Sustainability, Nikolai Løvdahl, who will take us from concepts to concrete action. Nikolai, the stage is yours.
Thanks a lot, Jan. So, the government of Norway gave us a task. We want you to reduce the footprint and increase the handprint. And while doing so, you should also drive innovation and value creation. Is that possible? Yes, of course it is. We will have a knowledge-based approach to this. And there's a strong link between sustainability, innovation, and value creation. So, how did we start on this task? Well, the first thing we did was to start saying we have to understand the footprint. So we did a full life cycle analysis of the entire digital infrastructure of Norway. We also did scenario analysis towards 2030, 2050. We included CO2 emission, energy consumption, the use of materials, and also nature. The report is not published yet, but if you're super curious, let's see, maybe there's a small QR code down there. So if you are able to catch it from where you're sitting, or look at the presentations afterwards, you can already now download a version because we have asked for feedback. It's super important for us that we agree that this is actually where we stand. So this can become a common reference in Norway. This is also the place I think I want to say. Anyone from France here? We want to send a tribute to France because you guys were the first one doing something like this. So we more or less did a copy morph of you. So going to the findings. The total emission from the digital infrastructure of Norway is pretty much the same as the direct emission from domestic air travel. Another interesting finding was that the digital devices, they account for 75% of the footprint today. But moving forward, we expect the data center segment to grow fastest and have the highest growth on footprint. That's mainly caused by AI and energy. But I have to also add that in Norway, a bit special case maybe, it's also because we're an attractive country, because we have access to renewable energy in this country. It was a lot of work to do that analysis. We can't do that every year. That will be too costly, both for us as a public institution, but also for the companies that were sharing the data. So we need to do this more efficiently. So moving forward, we will design, build, and test a data-driven, open-source dashboard, or index dashboard, maybe more correct. So we will basically move towards a framework for governing the net biosphere impact from digitalization. So allow me to mention or to briefly talk about the most important design principles of this. It should maybe have started with saying it has to add value for us and for all the stakeholders, so especially the companies. First of all, we will gather data as digital as possible. It will be science-based, transparent. It will be, of course, fully aligned with international metrics like EU and the standards of ITU and stuff that most of you use. It will be modular and open source. And we will consider to publish it as a digital public good. We will, as the next step, so what will we do as the next step? Well, on footprint, it's quite straightforward. In close collaboration with companies and industry associations, we will simply build this beta version. On the handprint, it's a bit more of a challenge, since the nature of how you measure it is quite different. That's where true uncertainty and stuff comes in. But we will do a stab and look at how can we actually measure it? How can we do and make sure that we can discuss this in a meaningful way? Because, of course, we can do that in a better way than we do it today. So I'm going to end by saying we will first build this for Norway, but it's designed to share. So even if we're a small team, we really would like to collaborate internationally, especially with the doers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nikolai Lovdal, and thank you, Jon Eivind, for sharing those wonderful perspectives and also for setting the tone and the foundation so well for the conversations that are to follow in this session. Now, our keynote speakers are up next, and they're going to share their points of view on net positive sustainable, or rather net positive digital sustainability. They will share those with us in individual presentations, and then we're going to be moving into a panel discussion as well, ladies and gentlemen. So first up, I would like to introduce our first keynote speaker, Kenneth has spent all of his 25-long-year career in the ICT industry, having worked for both, or rather European, American and Chinese suppliers. The last 14 years he has spent at Huawei and Huawei Technologies in various leadership positions. He is currently the Senior Vice President of Huawei Europe region and a subsidiary board of director for the Nordic and the Baltic cluster as well. So he is going to share their point of view on net positive sustainability, and they have a special focus on the development of green indices for ICT as outlined in their green management white paper. So without further ado, I'd like to give a warm round of applause to Kenneth Fredriksson, the Senior Vice President for Europe region for Huawei. Please join us on stage. The floor is yours. A warm round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. And good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, both offline and online. As mentioned, I'm basically probably going to outline this topic more from a infrastructure perspective. Huawei is a relatively large infrastructure provider doing an end-to-end portfolio of all kinds of digital infrastructures. And as part of our work, we have done a green management white paper, which is basically addressing how to govern, execute, and plan ICT organizations' green targets and ambitions. And one important component of this white paper is, as already mentioned, the green indices, trying to address the different impact of the different layers of digital infrastructure, both from a footprint perspective, but also from a handprint perspective. And I'll briefly go through these different layers, which we basically have categorized into 5 layers of infrastructure, and also, the final and maybe most important one, which is related to the handprint of ICT infrastructure. So if we look at, basically you can also address this from a bottom-up approach, but also from a top-down approach. But if we start at the bottom, which is basically the basic equipment layer, here you have the impact of the different equipment product components individually. The facility layer is more than the combined site or data center layer of all these different technologies being at a site level, where you also measure the overall site energy efficient level. Then you go one step further, which is the network layer, which is basically then measuring the overall energy efficiency of the whole network. And then you measure the output of the network in terms of performance and quality. At the operational level, you look at the cross-network impact, where basically you measure the impact of data across networks from A to B. And then at the enablement layer, the 5th layer, you look at the impact of introducing ICT technologies into other verticals. So going into a bit more detail, I mean, at the site level, a typical site or a data center can look very different, or basically it looks unique for every setup. So in order to address the impact of a site or a data center facility, you need to go into the details of the equipment in the site. And you need to analyze both from an energy perspective, what kind of energy being used, but also how to better optimize the performance of the different components together as a unit. There's also different features, of course, you can introduce in order to optimize and to improve energy consumption. At the network level, you have the energy efficiency index, which is basically measuring the energy being used in order to provide a certain number of data traffic. And this has been a very typical way of measuring energy or network efficiency. But now it's also very important to include the quality and the performance part into this. Because by only focusing on efficiency, you might compromise quality and performance of the network, such as coverage, speed of the network, which then may have an overall negative impact of the total omission or performance of the network. So you need to look at both. You cannot just look at only the energy consumption part on the data traffic, but you also need to look at how these measures then impact the quality and the user experience of the network. And then at the operational level, you look at the end-to-end traffic of data from basically the consumer back to the data center and vice versa. And as an operator of such facilities, you have two main areas to focus on. To improve the energy efficiency, which is basically looking at how to optimize the performance of the network, the site, the data center level, and the different components involved. And you can look at how to reduce the emission factors, which is basically then for the operators to make sure that you try to use as green energy as possible, either from purchasing it or developing your own energy production facilities. And also very importantly is, of course, the vertical enablement index, which is basically the handprint part. How to enable new verticals, new industries, to be more green, more sustainable by introducing ICT technologies. This is a simple example of how ICT technologies have been introduced in the mining industry. And basically what we see as a more kind of a general finding is that introducing ICT technologies into new verticals have a potential of up to 10 times improvement in those industries compared to the emission created at the ICT industry level, which means that in this case, as you can see, it has an 8.4 times factor, positive net factor of introducing ICT technologies. And in order to achieve this, at least Huawei very much encourage continuous dialogues at industry level, among the suppliers, of course, but the industry standard organizations, government, authorities, we need to work together in furthering and improving the standardization of these ICT solutions and the requirements of it, but also trying to work together to create ecosystems to increase the handprint potential of ICT technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kenneth, for your presentation there. Introducing our next keynote speaker. Anton heads Google's Government Affairs and Public Policy for Switzerland, Austria, and international organizations in Europe. With over 20 years of experience in technology, innovation, and sustainability, Anton's focus is on building collaborations, a key word here in the conversations, not only for today, but in the coming weeks, collaborations and partnerships across various sectors, whether it's economy, politics, or civil society, or even academia. He's also a strong advocate for using artificial intelligence to achieve sustainability goals, such as the Sustainable Development Goals, and he advises brainforest.global, which is a non-profit focused on forests, biodiversity, and climate action. Please join me in welcoming Anton Aschwanden. The floor is yours.
Hello, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So technology and AI are probably among the most powerful tools we have to tackle climate change and building a sustainable future. And yet we know that the challenge is really big. We know that there's a big challenge on energy questions. And I think addressing this duality is a key task we're having together. No one can do it alone, not a single company, not a single sector, and that's why we're really glad to be here at IGF. We're a strong supporter of the IGF for years, and we're looking forward for the debates this week. Thanks to the Norwegians as well to bringing us together. And this commitment to sustainability begins at our own operations. We're doing that globally, but also locally, to manage our operations really in a sustainable way. Some of you, I don't know if there are Norwegians in the crowd, we're about to deepen our roots here in Norway by building a data center in Skien, which is the capital of the Telemark County. So it's roughly 100 kilometers from here. So this is a key priority for us to really be sustainable across the globe, but also locally. To reduce emissions, and this is really a key work we're working on, is like we matched 100% of our global and annual electricity with renewable energy every year since 2017. And our ambition is still as big and even bigger because we're aiming to operate 24/7 carbon-free energy and achieve net zero across our entire value chain by 2030. So what does that mean? That means that like every Google search, every YouTube video you're gonna watch will be running by completely green energy. And we're making progress. You see it on the slides. 10 of our great regions already achieving 90% clean energy, carbon-free. But we have to admit as well, this is a challenging task. You see on the very map above me as well that some regions are still behind. So we need to deepen collaboration, work on technical progress, work together, collaborative spirit as we have here at IGF. So now let's address the kind of the elephant in the room, the energy footprint of AI. We tackle this by really a relentless obsession on efficiency. So, and this goes on several levels. The first level being our data centers. They are now already like a factor 1.8 times more efficient than average, and we are delivering 4 times more compute power for the same electricity as we did 5 years ago. And then like the next layer is like the breakthroughs on the hardware. I don't know if you heard about the latest TPUs, the tensor processing units, the latest AI chips. And it's really incredible the progress that has been made over the last years. They're now like 30 times more efficient than the first generation. And then the next level are the AI models. There we see the same kind of increase of efficiency, now cutting the energy required to train an AI model by factor of 100. And I think this is really key. As the AI adoption grows, this really radical commitment to efficiency will be more important than ever. So let's come to the footprint of AI, to the handprint after the footprint, and we really see many tools where AI can play a key role. We've done a study with BCG that AI can help mitigate 5 to 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and we're doing that with tools that empower people. You see one illustration from the transport field, eco-routing in Google Maps. We saved 2.7 million metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions in 2024 alone, which is the equivalent of taking off the road roughly 630,000 cars per year. Another illustration from the transport field is our project Greenlight, where we can cut emissions together with cities at intersection by up to 10%. Or taking an illustration from the energy field, our solar API, which supports rooftop solar deployment, now available for 500 million buildings across 40 markets. Let me end with an illustration on climate adaptation. For years, predicting floods was almost impossible. You only had a warning phase of 1 or 2 days, and sometimes only a few hours. And now, with improved prediction models, we now manage to warn people up to 7 days in advance. So this is, if you imagine, really impressive, 100 countries, 700 million people, and instead of only like giving a warning a few hours before, together with partners like the UN, NGOs, we are able now to warn people up to 7 days in advance, thus not only saving lives, but livelihoods. So those were just a few illustrations, and I think the crucial point I'm making is that digitization can be a really powerful force for a sustainable planet. I invite you all to also pass at our booth. We're going to highlight some of the projects I just mentioned, and I'm looking forward to the discussion with my fellow co-panelists today and to your questions. Thank you so much.
Anton. Right, ladies and gentlemen, so I hope you enjoyed that presentation. Our next speaker is Jan Gravrok. He's the CEO of Bulk Infrastructure. Bulk Infrastructure is a leading provider of digital infrastructure right here in Norway. He is a strong believer in building something bigger than ourselves, and that Norway can play a key role in Europe's digital and green brain. Now, he will share the company's point of view on digital sustainability with a special focus on how large data centers can support the energy grid with flexibility and how data centers could act as a cornerstone business with local support and value creation. That's going to be an exciting presentation as well, so I hope you're looking forward to it. Without further ado, I'd like you to join me in giving a very warm welcome to Jan Gravrok.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good to see you. Good morning. So I'm representing Bulk Infrastructure, and we are a Nordic-based data center operator and developer and operator, and we also build fiber networks. So I wanted to talk a bit about this today, our planet. And I think we're definitely going into the digital society, to the data age. But it's still the humble beginning, and we still have an opportunity to make our digital society a truly sustainable one. And I think that's all about our mission in Bulk. How can we make our digital society sustainable? And our governing thought, looking at this planet, is that we have to think a bit differently. We have to choose the locations of the digital foundation, the data centers, carefully. They should be located next to surplus of renewable energy, because data centers are consuming energy, and we need to be careful where we put them. We think we need to look up north. We have abundance of renewable power, both on the European side and on the American side, if you look up north. It's actually shorter fiber distances to cross the continents the further north you get. The climate is colder. It does reduce the power consumption of our data centers. And it can scale for the future, which is important for those GPUs. In Bulk, we try to think like an industrial company. What does it mean to bring an industrial mindset into this digital infrastructure world? Well, first of all, we think you need to think long term. You have to do things today that will have an effect 10, 20, 30, maybe 50 years ahead of time. And what we're doing today, that's based on decisions that were made 10, 15 years ago. So you need to keep that long-term logic with you. Secondly, we think you need to really think about industrial scale. So you cannot only solve digital problems locally. You have to find a bigger role, a bigger scale to make it truly industrial. In Bulk, we think that what we do in Norway, making use of the renewable power surplus here, should benefit all of Europe. So sometimes we talk about building the European engine room for the digital society. Thirdly, an industrial mindset requires you to think about people and capabilities. Yes, these are the machines that we're catering for, but it's still a people business. You need to bring in those young people, teach them capabilities of the future that can benefit all of us. And I wanted to touch upon two sustainability aspects of what we're doing. The first one, definitely linking to the electricity or energy system. So if you look at this picture, there's a data center in the foreground. That's not only any data center, it's our latest one, and it's tailored
to fit with generative AI, and it's already housing the GB200s for the ones interested, which is the latest and greatest of NVIDIA GPU technology. And in the background of this picture, you see another interesting thing, which is Kristiansand Transformer Station. So this is Norway's biggest transformer station. It handles a lot of the surplus of power production in our part of the world. And I think sustainability is about seeing this energy system in the background together with the digital system in the foreground. We actually talk about digital energy. And there's so many synergies to explore here. I already touched upon the first one, which is that location of the data centers matters a lot. It's easier to transport data through fiber networks than it is to transport power through electric grids. And it's much more efficient. So you have to think carefully about where you put these large data centers of the future. Secondly, there's simple things which you'll have to understand on a local level. How can the data centers, play in sync with the grid? And in Norway, it's so that it is really cold, and especially in the winter time. So we spend by far the most energy in the winter as a society. But the data centers, they actually consume most power in the summer, because that's when we need to cool down those servers. So seeing those seasonal synergies and using them to optimize the grid, that's one example of a synergy. Another one is, as we unfortunately saw in Spain and Portugal this summer, or this spring, I should say, as we bring more and more distributed power generation, solar, wind, etc., into the grid system, we create new problems for ourselves. And those problems relate to the frequencies of how the power is distributed. And you need to constantly rebalance those frequencies in the grid. And again, data centers with our backup batteries can contribute to that frequency balancing. It's another synergy. But I don't think it's all about electricity. I also think we need to talk about, too many slides. We need to talk about building cornerstone businesses. So as data centers, we're often just flying in, consuming the power, and never meeting anyone locally. We think you have to build these data centers together with the local communities. You have to build the future cornerstone businesses, like the old industries did before. And on this picture is one example of that. It's to engage on sustainability initiatives together with the local municipality. This is Vennesla in the south of Norway. And another example I wanted to show is this. We have to take care of our youth. So this is Christopher, our supervisor on connectivity and fiber in the data center business, and he's teaching these 17-year-old kids that's studying to become electrical engineers how to think about connectivity in the data centers. And for the ones that didn't know, the newest AI setups require tens, if not hundreds of thousands of independent fiber connections just to work. So we need that youth to come in, but it's also part of building a cornerstone business that you give the local youth an opportunity to take part in something which is bigger than themselves. And finally, just to summarize, what did I say? We need to build an industry around this. We need to have the long-term thinking and the scalable thinking. We need to think about the digital industry as an integrated one with the energy industry. We need to think about digital energy. And as Jensen Huang here says, for countries and regions that have surplus of renewable power, we really need to think about exporting intelligence and not just the raw material of power. Thank you so much.
Björn. Thank you. We're really looking forward to having all of our keynote speakers in the panel discussion so we can engage and take a deeper dive into this very important conversation. And great to see you, our audience, and again, acknowledging our global audience who's watching from online. So nice to have you here at this presentation. So up next, our next speaker leads the World Economic Forum's work on trustworthy technology, and trust is a word that's coming up a lot in this forum, so important in our day and age that we are in, including the Digital Trust Initiative, the Global Coalition for Digital Safety and Connected Future initiative. He's also an attorney and educator. Daniel teaches at Columbia University, and his work has been featured in the Harvard Business Review, Wired, and other publications, which I'm sure that our audience is very familiar with. So Daniel will present the World Economic Forum's point of view on net positive sustainability, as we've mentioned, a core concept and the core of this conversation, with a special request to explore the role of digital trust and a handprint potential of emerging technologies, really. He's going to be focusing on that, and the handprints of emerging technologies, or the positive impact in shaping a more sustainable digital future. So we're going to hear from Daniel now, and I'm going to ask you to give another warm round of applause, our audience, to Daniel Dobrygovsky, Head of Governance and Trust at the World Economic Forum. Let's hear it. Daniel.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that warm introduction, and I truly appreciate the Government of Norway and IGF inviting us out and giving us the opportunity to have this discussion. This is an excellent way, obviously, to start the IGF. In many ways, this theme of sustainability, governance, innovation, trust highlights some of the key themes of our IGF meeting this week. Digital trust and resilience, sustainable and responsible innovation, universal access and digital rights, and digital cooperation. Today, I want to talk a little bit about the intersection between those different themes and how innovation, sustainability, governance, and trust are absolutely vital when we're thinking about new and emerging technologies. So first, let's talk a little bit about innovation. One of the key innovations we think about, AI, is likely to introduce enormous benefits to individuals and to society as a whole. We stand to become more effective and more efficient in almost every human endeavor, from medicine to communications to the provision of government services. But without clear and effective guardrails for that innovation, there's a chance that all of this will come at tremendous cost to individuals, to society, and to the planet. Those guardrails and the choices that we make in setting them are what we mean when we talk about good governance. And this is where the forum's work on digital trust comes in. In order to be trustworthy in the development and deployment of new and emerging technologies, we need to decide collectively about what those guardrails guiding our decisions around technology should look like. What we found is that the base expectation for individuals in determining whether they trust these technologies is whether the development and use of those technologies meets people's expectations and represents their values. Some values and expectations are, of course, dependent on cultural, national, and other contexts. But some are more widely held, like those set out in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and some are even more basic than that. People don't want or expect technology that does them harm. People don't expect or want technologies that degrade the environment that supports our lives. And looking at those reasons and more, I think we can see that AI doesn't seem to be measuring up in terms of trust, at least not yet. Here we have research from the firm Edelman and their 2025 Trust Barometer, and shows that only 44% of people globally are comfortable with business uses of AI. Now, this is a bad trajectory. History's taught us that if we cannot innovate, at least not over the long term, if we lose trust. That means we need to do better about how we ensure that people's expectations guide our decisions around technology. This is governance in its most basic sense, developing rules or principles for how we decide how to develop these technologies. And making good decisions is fundamentally a multi-stakeholder and interdisciplinary effort. Again, here's where we want to talk about digital trust. It's multi-stakeholder because it takes all actors, nations, companies, civil society, and individuals working together in order to identify what our expectations are in terms of new technologies. And also to define the guardrails for those technologies which we will accept. And it's interdisciplinary because there's no one source of trust. It's systemic and interconnected. And here's what I mean by that. Looking at the forum's digital trust model, you can see we need to protect a variety of different issues. We need to have intersections between a variety of different disciplines in order to build trust. All of these areas must interact in order to have trustworthy technology development. And here I'll highlight one of the areas that we talked about, sustainability. As we've discussed today, we need to ensure that technologies are developed and deployed in a sustainable way. This is a basic expectation that people have of technologies. And as digital technologies increasingly consume resources such as energy, water, a trustworthy technology company or a government that wants to incentivize trustworthy technology must consider sustainability as part of its obligations. So here briefly, you've heard a lot about AI footprint, handprint. Here's how we found that that works. Let's consider one aspect, as Kenneth brought up, of AI development, data centers. Data centers are a vital component of digital infrastructure, and they support a variety of applications, not just AI, cloud computing, complex data processing. AI's rapid expansion is increasing the demand we place on these centers. And this is likely to increase significantly every year for the near future. Our estimate from January is a 50% annual increase through 2030. And so that gets us to the handprint. If AI is significantly increasing our energy use, we can use AI to potentially offset that. And there's two ways we can do that. One, I think as Anton mentioned, we can make AI more efficient. We can have it use energy more efficiently through more efficient hardware, through more efficient models, by making better data centers. And we can also use AI to make other energy uses more efficient. That's the sustainability handprint that we talked about for AI. What we found in our work is that through grid optimization, energy management, renewables forecasting, and energy storage, we can use AI to bolster the tools that we've already developed to support sustainability. So as I mentioned earlier, this is based on choices we have to make. And this is what brings together the themes of the week. If our innovations have caused a problem, and severe environmental toll is certainly a problem, then it may be possible for us to innovate our way out of that problem, but only if we decide to do that. Only if we decide that digital trust is important, and only if we decide that good governance is worth pursuing and cooperate in defining what that looks like, so we can have both innovation and sustainability and thereby build trust. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daniel, for that very interesting and in-depth presentation on trust, and such an important part of this conversation as well. Now, I'm going to introduce our next speaker before we engage in a panel discussion with the great speakers and diving deeper, as I said, into the topics that they've touched upon in their presentations. So, while focusing now on the financial sector sustainability impact as a research lead in the World Benchmarking Alliance, Pernille Bergmark was earlier the principal researcher on ICT sustainability, and that is sustainability impacts at Ericsson, where she conducted peer-reviewed research and led standardization on topics connected to assessment of sustainability of digital, in particular focusing on climate and other environmental topics. And as a standardizer, Pernille has been very active, really, in bodies such as ITU, ISO, ETSI, and other co-led methodologies in development for avoided emissions, smart sustainable cities, and net zero and decarbonization strategies as well. So without further ado, I will leave it up to her to talk more about this subject. She's going to be sharing the World Benchmarking Alliance's point of view on net positive sustainability and also discussing approaches for greening digital companies and also advancing handprint frameworks to measure and enhance their impact. Please join me in welcoming Pernilla to the stage. Pernilla Bergmark, who is the Research Lead Financial Systems Transformation for the World Benchmarking Alliance. And again, a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Pernilla.
Thank you so much, Natalie, and thank you, Norway and IGF, for inviting me. As you can hear, my voice is not perfect today, so I hope it will last for this presentation. I represent an organization called WBA, World Benchmarking Alliance. We provide benchmarks and data and insights to policymakers, civil society, and to the industries to help understand how they are delivering on social and environmental impacts. We do that across 2,000 companies across industries, and 200 of them are from the tech sector, and that I will refer to today. As we have heard today already, we can divide impacts from digital into three categories. We have the first order impacts, which is also the footprint, which has been referred to earlier. We have the second order impacts, which is the avoided, but also added emissions when ICT is used or digital solutions are used in different sectors. And we have the higher order effects called rebound. I, by that, challenge a bit the previous speakers by saying that the handprint is not only about avoiding emissions in other sectors, but it can also be adding emissions in other sectors. So that's an important thing to remember. As you heard also from the first speaker, there is a trajectory which tells us how much the ICT sector should reduce its emissions between 2020 and 2030 by 45%. That is based on a normative framework which was developed by ITU and SBTi and so forth, GSMA. This is not really what we are seeing happening yet. Based on research until 2020, we can see that the footprint has really not started to decline, but it's stable, while it should decline by 7%, basically, a year. So as WBA, we are working with the ITU. We have a report that we publish on an annual basis called the Greening Digital Report. In this report, we are looking at the first footprint of the sector, and we are also rating companies in relation to their commitments, in relation to their performance, and also in relation to how transparent they are. And we can see also there that we are not really on the right track. So in comparison with 2020, we can see that telecom operators have actually reduced operational emissions somewhat, but at the same time, we can see that AI-driven companies have increased their operational emissions with up to 150%. And also, we can see that while these companies are investing quite heavily in renewables, it's not always renewables which leads to additionality, but it's definitely something which is good. But we can also see that there is a concentration of emissions. So only 10 out of 164 companies that reported are actually providing half the emissions. We can also see when it comes to targets that it's below 20% of the assessed digital emissions which are in a target, which is where companies are on the track with meeting the target. And we can also see that while over half the companies have targets, we can see that only 33% of emissions are under a target. So that remains a lot to do, and especially when we come to what's called scope 3, the value chain emissions, there are just 58 companies. I should speed up a bit. Let's go to the second order effect, whether this is net positive, net negative, or net zero for the sector. This is not a new discussion. Already in 2008, there was a famous report called the Smart 2020 that looked into the handprint and proposed solutions that could help reduce emissions globally. It came out with the conclusion that 15% of overall global emission could be reduced by the ICT sector, by the digital sector. However, if we look at recent data from our Word in Data, we can see that if we look at all the sectors where ICT is supposed to reduce this handprint, we can see that they are not reducing by 15%. Then you can maybe say that the without the ICT sector, it would have been even worse. We cannot know that, but we are definitely not seeing this delivered as of yet. What can we say about more recent development? Of course, if you compare with 2008, we are a highly digital society, which we were not at that point. But we can also see that the claims that are made today are very similar to the claims made in 2008, but we are adding new buzzwords to describe them. We have the methodology development and standardization has developed a lot. Our understanding of this handprint is much deeper today, but many of the studies which are presented are quite limited in scope, or they are still quite crude. So it's very hard to know where the sector is as a whole. We see in those studies that there is often a cherry picking. That means that you have chosen solutions which are delivering the positive effects rather than looking at all solutions. There is also double counting and also over-generous extrapolation from small studies to a wider effect. So there is definitely a need for in-depth studies, wider studies. And also, these higher order effects rebound are often omitted while they have a substantial impact in reality. So there are a lot of key questions that remains to be answered. So I'm looking forward to discuss that with my fellow panelists, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that presentation. I'm going to ask you to kindly have a seat over here. Thank you so much. We are going to be heading into our panel discussion. So we're going to invite our speakers, who along with Pernilla have also contributed here with their presentations. So thank you so much, Pernilla. I would like to invite back onto stage. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause, our audience, and you at home can too, our global audience who are watching from online. Please join me in welcoming again Jon Gravik. Please join us on stage. They do appreciate it. Anton from Google. Sorry, I'm going to be there. Go ahead, yeah. Yes. Anton. Kenneth. It keeps everybody's energy up. Please join us, Kenneth. And then we have Jon Eivind. Over there. And Daniel, please join us on stage. And we have thank you so much. Joining us also in this panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, we have Karianne Tung, who serves as our Minister of Digitalization and Public Governance. Since taking office in 2023, she has been a leading voice on digital transformation, AI regulation, and public sector innovation in Norway. Last year, she presented the government's new national digitalization strategy, a roadmap really guiding Norway's digital development towards 2030, with the goal of becoming the most digitalized country in the world. Please join me in welcoming Karian Tung, our Minister for Digitalization and Public Governance. Right, let's get started. So you've all had a wonderful opportunity to hear from our various speakers, their take on the guiding question of how to obtain a net positive result, not just do no harm, but actually how do we positively turn this around? And that is what we're going to be diving into here. Without further ado, I want to just also say thank you to our panel for your wonderful contributions and looking now at how we together can move forward towards net positive. Right. Where do we start? There's so much to talk about and so many interesting points that you've all raised, but we have to start somewhere. So let's start here. Minister Tung, I'm going to direct the first question to you. What kind of governance do you believe is needed to ensure that digitalization really drives net positive sustainability, innovation, and value creation?
Thank you, moderator, for the question. I believe that digitalization is the tool that we need to solve huge societal challenges, but also to chase down the possibilities that comes with the digitalization. That is also why I set the goal of being the most digitalized country in the world by 2030. Norway is already quite a digitalized society, but we still have a way to go and a continuous way to go. 1 year ago in Norway, we then established a new Ministry for Digitalization and Public Governance. We did that because we saw the need for better coordination and better steering of digitalization across sectors, but also working across borders internationally so that we could find the positive sides of digitalization. Because we really need to cooperate across borders to be able to find the pathway, both for public sector, but also the business sector, to work together to be able to do this in a sustainable way, in an energy efficient way as well, because we know we can use digitalization as a positive tool, but also with digitalization, we see emissions, we see challenges, and to be able to tackle these challenges, we have to work together as well. So cooperation, standardization, and clear goals is the way I'm working with digitalization.
Thank you so much for answering that question, Minister. Jan Eivind, over to you. What is your take on that?
Thank you, Natalie. Of course, I'd like to add to what Minister Tung said. And of course, we at the Norwegian regulator, Norwegian Communications Authority, are first known as a regulator, of course. But in our mandate, it's very clear that we have a mandate to drive sustainability, innovation, and value creation also across the sector. That is also related to equipment and services, and now also, of course, the data centers. So we find it helpful to view the green and digital transitions as one continuous innovation journey. So that is why also digital sustainability and innovation is one of our core strategic pillars at NCOM. So first of all, I think and it might be obvious, but the governance must be knowledge-based. That is core. So as also we have informed about today, we began by commissioning a full life cycle analysis of the footprint of the Norway networks, data centers and devices. So we have a shared reference point that we can start talking around. We have a common language. That is very important. Second, the governance must also stimulate innovation and business growth. So we see that, and research shows that sustainability drives competitive advantage. So regulators need to understand emerging technologies and even co-create solutions. And at NCOM, we try to cooperate also with the industry, with the telecom industry, and have one example of that we are also we have the tower companies where we learn how the tower site batteries may be used to stabilize the power grid. That is one example. And third, we also must strengthen partnership, as also Karianne Tung said, and international cooperation. So we have a strong tradition of working with industry and peer NRAs, but we also must use the multi-stakeholder model to increase this. So knowledge, innovation, and collaboration, I think that is 3 words.
Great. 3 great keywords to take forward into this conversation. Kenneth, over to you.
Yeah, well, I think from our perspective, obviously, it's not only about sustainability for the society, it's also about making sure that we can sustain a sustainable industry for ourselves. I mean, unless we are able to continue to innovate and drive down the energy efficiency of our equipment, our industry itself is not going to be sustainable. But as I also said in my presentation, it's extremely important to create ecosystems to maximize the potential of the handprint of ICT technology. I mean, and I think also awareness of the energy used of such technology is extremely important among a broader audience. I always use a very, it's starting to become an old fun fact, but back in 2017, we did an assessment on trying to find examples to understand better how much energy is actually used. And for those who remember the Gangnam Style video on YouTube, that video by 2017 had consumed equal CO2 emission to the taxi industry in Germany in 1 year. And that puts things into perspective and was kind of a wake-up call, I think, also for the industry to understand that we have to continue to innovate if we are going to be able to meet the data explosion.
Thank you so much. And that really does paint a picture very clearly for us of the challenge and the task ahead and why these conversations are so important. Coming over to you, Anton.
Yeah, I would love to bring in another thought when talking about sustainable digital development. I think obviously it's the ecological aspect, but it's also a social aspect. And we're today super privileged to be here in Norway, where you're one of the leading digital nations. But it's also a reality that 2.6 billion people on this planet Earth are still offline. So I think this is, when talking about like sustainable digital development, we also need to think on how we can assure that this current digital divide is filled with sustainable infrastructure, obviously, but that we also like make sure that this digital divide doesn't suddenly become an AI divide. And those are our current topics we're working on. So speaking about infrastructure, I think it's key not only think about like the northern hemisphere, so to say, but also, and this morning there was a debate about subsea cables in the other room, that we think on how we connect people. And as Google, this is one of the priorities we're having, like connecting the African continent as an illustration, but then also like building subsea cables where they do not exist right now, for example, between the Southern American continent and Africa directly going over to the Pacific region without going over the north. So I think this is really key, that we not only think about like ecological questions, but also like about the investments, doing it obviously in a sustainable way. And then the skilling, it was already mentioned. I think in this age, when talking to people working at Google, they ask me, what should I do, this AI thing? And I just say, take the basic classes. There are offerings from Google, like prompting classes, AI essentials, but there are many, many offerings. Go out, try it out, do the upskilling. I think this is my key message here, that we really have this sustainable development in a global sense.
Anton, thank you for your contribution. I'd like to come over to you now, Daniel. You raised some very interesting points in your talk as well. And how would you answer this question? What kind of governance is needed to ensure that digitalization drives net positive sustainability, innovation, and value creation?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. It's really a question of measurement and decision making. I think sometimes global cooperation is difficult, right? Sometimes it's easy, like it is on this panel, right? We all sort of agree on where we want to see the world in the future. We all sort of agree on how important sustainability is. But the real question is, how do you get there? And that's a question of the decisions we make. We're unlikely to slow the pace of innovation, right? But as Minister Tong said, we can still steer it. And it's better steering that we need. In order to have better steering, we need better inputs. And that gets to what my colleague John Elvin said. We need better reference points among all the stakeholders who are developing these technologies, who are making decisions about these technologies. And one of those reference points are accurate measurements about how much new technologies are impacting our sustainability goals, how much the footprint costs, how much the handprint can alleviate. This is fundamentally the question that we all need to work together to figure out what good looks like, and then how do we measure whether we're achieving that.
Thank you so much, Daniel, for your contribution. Pernilla, World Benchmarking Alliance, what do you say to that question?
So I agree very much with what has been said, that the digital divide is there, and of course there has to be access to digital technologies for all, not only for the wealthy part of the world. But at the same time, I think companies need to come to, especially the handprint side, not so much from a marketing perspective, but rather to look into what are the opportunities, but what are also the risks, which are the solutions we should use, and how can we make sure to maximize those, and also which are the solutions, or not solutions, maybe the wrong word, but what are the services that we should avoid. So there is one infrastructure layer, but there is also the service layer on top that we need to be careful about.
Thank you so much, Pernilla, from the World Benchmarking Alliance, for that response. And then I'd like to go over to Jan, bulk infrastructure. How would you answer that question?
Well, I think there's many questions being addressed here, but I think I'm coming back to, our digital society having to be linked with the energy system. I think they're so closely interlinked to begin with that we have to see them almost as one. And I think as we've learned through, generations, the energy system is not a local one. It works best when you can think about it at least in continental terms or at least maybe even global terms. And I think that's some of the thinking we need to apply now that we integrate the digital system into that as well. And for sitting here in Norway, I think our role in Europe is very important. And I think we are fortunate enough to have surplus of renewable energy in this part of the world, and we're fortunate enough to be quite close to continental Europe, but also with a coastline where our next neighbor is actually North America if you cross the Atlantic, and if you even go, let's say, across the Arctic, then you actually hit Asia. So I think there's something here that I think there's a need for bold leadership to see how this digital system could evolve, not tomorrow, but actually to serve, our planet for generations ahead. Right. And then I think we need to think about how to build those power-consuming data centers in places where they can piggyback on what nature's already offered us, and where we can maybe build new renewable energy and so on, and fuel, let's say, the digital needs via fiber networks in a slightly different way. And I think that has to be seen in side by sovereignty issues, which is another part of this. But I think we need to overcome both, right? We need to build local solutions with the right robustness for our local societies, but we also need to work together to find the truly sustainable solutions in between countries and even in between continents.
Thank you so much for that answer, Jan. Now, our next question is diving a little bit deeper into this. I'm going to give the word again to our Minister Tung to answer the question, and then I'm going to ask our panelists if they would like to answer to that question, but we have a number of other deeper questions that are potentially more specific to your industries that I'm also going to pose, so you'll have an option. But Minister Tung, also, the next question I'd like to ask you is how can we reduce the environmental footprint of digital infrastructure while maximizing the handprint and its positive contributions to society and sustainability?
Thank you. Well, it's easy and it's hard. because as a minister or as a politician, you then have to be able to have two thoughts in your head at the same time. And that can be hard enough sometimes. You have to have the thought that you are going to reduce emissions directly from the digital infrastructure and from digitalization. And then you have the thought that you have to use digitalization as a tool for making the green and digital transformation possible. And being a politician, being re-elected, you have also to get the people on board to be able to have these two thoughts at the same time. So easy to say, maybe a little bit harder to do in practice as well. But a foundation for doing this exercise about two thoughts is knowledge. And I think my colleague here, Jon Eivind, mentioned it earlier also. Knowledge is crucial for being able to develop good policies and good plans, good strategies. And NCOM have now made the life cycle analysis of emissions from digitalization in Norway. We are the second country in the world. So using that knowledge, the benchmark and the measurements that NCOM has mentioned, I think it's crucial for being able to do both at the same time. Because we need to have success with digitalization. We need to use AI and other technologies for our healthcare services. We need to use it for make our businesses excel. We need to use it to keep secure and safe and to collaborate across borders internationally as well. So based on the knowledge which the report and life cycle analysis from NCOM, I will use that here in Norway to make good policies. We are now a couple of weeks away from launching our new data center strategy. We know data centers uses a lot of energy today, but will use more in the years to come. So make data centers efficient, energy efficient, sustainable is important, but also data centers important for keeping security, digital sovereignty, and so forth. And I think there are some research shown here in Norway that if you are able to reuse the excess heat from data centers, you will reduce the use of 10% from power, from energy in Norway as well. So making the data center efficient is important for us, but also making the data centers good so that we can have safe digital infrastructures in the years to come.
Thank you so much for answering that question, Minister, and some very salient points there. So I would like to pose that question to the panel, but keeping in mind that this is not an easy challenge. This is not an easy challenge we're talking about. This is challenging for real, as somebody said earlier on. So the question then about how can we actually reduce the environmental footprint of digital infrastructure while maximizing the handprint? I would like to pose to the panel, if you would like to answer that. The other questions or potentially things that you can touch on inside that is innovation. Let's say in digitalization, including lots of new and emerging technologies such as AI, blockchain, and IoT. What is the link between sustainability and innovation? How do we make that bridge? Also, value creation, keeping the idea of net positive in mind. How can we make sure that data centers contribute to societies where they operate and create lasting value? And then the question on data, what gets measured gets done. That we know. So then how do we have the right frameworks in place to measure the footprint and handprint? And then awareness. Mindset, what kind of mindset is needed, and values for sustainability leaders to shape digital infrastructure for the next generation, and what roles do the variety of stakeholders play in ensuring trustworthy, just and sustainable digital innovation? I'm going to go over to you again, Jon, because I know that mindset and stakeholders were potentially things that you wanted to touch upon in answering your question. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I think these are big questions, and we need to think big thoughts. So, I mean, our sustainability framework is about location, which I spent a lot of time on. Then it's obviously to build, let's say, data centers which consume as limited energy as possible with the support of the suppliers here. And then we also think around the ecosystem. How can data centers be a good citizen, you know, in a very local ecosystem? And I think the third one is interesting here because that the minister talked about excess heat, right, and our ability to make reuse of that heat. And I think it's not a new problem because all power-consuming industries have for 120 years had the same problem, that heat is a byproduct of the core process and it's released to the atmosphere. But I think our kids, they will not accept that we now build a new industry without making sure we use the energy twice. I think that's the difference. So we are the ones that have to resolve it, or at least we're looked upon by our kids that the ones that should resolve it and not leave it to them. And I think it's a big problem. So yeah, the easy part is maybe reuse some of that heat in the big cities to heat up apartments and so on, but it's not really a great solution because there's not enough need for heat in the cities. And by the way, the data centers shouldn't reside next to the big cities. They should reside close to the power in rural areas. So in my opinion, the solution here is to build industrial use of heat. You need to find and stimulate opportunities where other industries that actually need heat. It could be breweries, it could be food production, it could be protein production, where they co-locate with the big data centers. Then we can solve many problems in one go.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you for that. Daniel, what would you like to touch on in answering that question? And I can repeat the question. It's how do we reduce the environmental footprint of digital infrastructure while maximizing the handprint? But is there anything in particular that you want to touch on? Do we have the right frameworks, data, value creation, innovation, awareness? Are we aware enough? Are we accepting the challenge? How difficult is this really?
Yeah, I think this gets back to like what Jan was pointing out. For a long time, industries that use a lot of energy also generate a lot of waste heat. Why hasn't that been collected? Right? I think the issue is that the incentives haven't aligned. In a lot of countries, especially ones that are heavily invested in developing AI and other innovations, electricity is fairly cheap, and waste heat is essentially free. How can we realign incentives to ensure that there is the kind of business case you want to see in order to capture that heat? To think ahead about what we're going to do for these data centers, or how do you incentivize more efficient uses of energy? I think in some cases that takes care of itself because more efficient AI models generally cost less, so therefore the electricity costs less, there's a cost savings there. But how do you incentivize the use of that sort of heat? I think that's the big question we need to answer in order to get through the sustainability issues that this raises, and maybe increase the handprint at the decrease of the footprint and the nomenclature we've been using.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Daniel. Then also, I'd like to come back to you, Kenneth. How would you like to answer the question? And how do you want to dive more deeply into this so that we get to the nitty-gritty and have some actionable takeaways?
I think it's important to keep in mind that this is both a global challenge and also a local challenge, both in negative and positive terms. I think it's extremely important that Europe, for example, doesn't end up over-regulating itself like we perhaps have done in the past to kind of handicap ourselves in terms of realizing the handprint potential, because these are two very interconnected things. Unless you are properly doing the footprint job, you cannot realize the handprint potential. But if you're too restrictive on the footprint part, you're going to limit your handprint opportunities as well. And in order to finance the innovation and continuous development of the handprint, you need to have value creation, and that is on the handprint part. So it's very connected, and I think we as Karianne said, we need to be able to have several thoughts in our head at the same time to understand the overall picture and the total picture of this, because if we only focus on reducing the footprint part, we're going to limit ourselves a lot on the handprint, especially in the short term, because I think a lot of the potential will be realized longer down the road, and you need some investments, both in terms of the transition period and of course also in terms of money and resources.
Absolutely. Minister Chung, I'd like you to keep that in mind, that question, as you talk about keeping two thoughts in mind. Pernilla, if I may come over to you, answering that question, how do we minimize the footprint, maximize the handprint, but looking specifically then at frameworks as well, data, for example, what gets measured gets done. Do we have the right frameworks to measure the footprint and the handprint and to really understand and steer towards this net positive effect that we're talking about?
I think basically we have, we have been working on the methodologies and the standards for a long time. So I would say the basic standards are probably there, but it's also about using them to make claims, but then also to supervising what's happening, what is the data coming out, and to learn from that. So as I mentioned in my presentation, of course we see when we benchmark companies that there are leaders that are doing really well, but then it goes all the way down to the bottom, and the sector as a whole is not really where it needs to be. And I think those initiatives, like in Norway and also previously ASEP, which I know quite well from before, I think that those are good, but there are also methodological challenges and learnings to get from those.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I wanted to hop over to Anton from Google, and just also to ask about that question: how do we do this for real? It's a challenge, obviously, and do you want to bring in a strand around innovation as well into your answer with that?
Yeah, I think it's really about collaboration. We have now a significant presence with infrastructure here in Europe too, and like not a single company or a single actor or sector can do that alone. So I think it's about like sharing best practices as well. I was mentioning that we're about to deepen our roots here in Norway with an upcoming data center in Skien in the Telemark country, but we already have other data centers in the region, Hamina in Finland, and like thinking about like how can you better cool the infrastructure to, like in this case with water cooling, and then also share those best practices. I think this is one element in this really pursuit of increase the efficiency of those infrastructures, and we're doing our part there. And then it's also collaboration in the sense of having access to better data. I was mentioning some cases with the eco-routing previously in my speech, but there are also platforms like Environment Insight Explorer, where like local communities, cities can get more data on where they can improve their own system, for example, heating or transport. So I think this is really, and that's why we're so happy that the Norwegians are taking the lead here, that in the true multi-stakeholder spirit to exchange solutions and best practices. And again, I can only invite you to come to our booth afterwards, where we have some of the tools I mentioned before.
Thank you, Daniel. And we do invite you to visit all of the booths outside. We had a fantastic exhibition outside, and it's going to be there all week, so I hope you have time. The word data keeps popping up. So what gets measured gets done. Do we have the right frameworks? Do we really understand and steer towards what it takes? I'm going to pose that question to you, Jan Eyvind. What do you have to say on that?
I think I'm the first to admit that this is a challenging task. It's difficult, and also as a traditional regulator, we are not used to actually put this high on the agenda. We have done so in the last couple of years, and now we are starting to see some results, putting in some effort. But I think that is a key issue, that regulators, governments need to put this high on the agenda to start. And then you also need to seek knowledge, because our start here with this analysis, of course we have used a methodology, but we need more. We need to learn from each other, we need to share data, and we need to develop this so that we have a common basis. The politicians need this to also take decisions. And I think we have just started here, and this needs to be developed further. And we are too small to do this by ourselves. So by meeting here, I think that is also spreading the word. It's very important. And to initiate further collaboration, that is the key to succeed, I think.
Thank you so much, Jan Eyvind. And then coming over to you, Minister Tung. I knew there were potentially several things you wanted to respond to, so to give you the opportunity to do so. And also, in terms of awareness and accepting the challenge, how aware are Norway and other nations and companies when it comes to achieving this net positive digital sustainability?
Thank you. Norway has high ambition when it comes to digitalization, but also cutting emissions and to be sustainable. And we want to lead the way. So we are doing a couple of things already. I just want to mention them quickly. First, we are demanding from industries, also new data centers, that they have to do analysis on how they can reuse their heat already to try to move over from just wasting heat and to reuse it in neighborhoods or for new industries as well. So that is one thing. We have to do better when it comes to the circular economy, because today most emission from digitalization is not from data centers, but they are from mobile phones, iPads, and like hardware. So to be able to keep your hardware longer, to fix it if it's broken and so forth, to work with the citizens and their mindset on how they use things are important. And also we are now trying to prohibit mining of cryptocurrency in Norway, because we can see that mining is not energy efficient. So that's what we're trying to do, so that we can keep the data center that we really need in the future for making digitalization possible in our society. So we are getting there. We are doing some hard action and some more soft actions, but we need to do more to be sure that we are able to get net positive in the future.
Thank you so much, Minister Tung. And on that note, I would like to say thank you so much to our esteemed panel, and thank you to our audience also for joining us. We truly appreciate it. I'm wondering if there was anyone in the panel who wanted to contribute just a 60-second kind of wrap-up, or 30 to 60-second wrap-up, final thoughts. If not, we'll wrap up, but I'm going to give you the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, I'll take my chance,
okay.
Of course. I think my wrap-up is simply that we have to accept that we're still at the very humble beginning of what we're building now of digital societies. And my encouragement is that to think about that as an integrated part of our energy system, and to do our kids a favor and make this one a sustainable one.
Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
I'm going to be short. I think in order to solve any challenge, you need to continue to innovate, and the best way of innovating is to make sure you have proper competition. So I think innovation and competition is going to be a key solution to these challenges.
Thank you. Daniel.
I guess I'll just contribute to one of the words we talked about a little bit was justice.
Yeah.
We might refer to it as fairness in the forums framework, and I'm sure there's some Rawlsian legal philosopher who says like, oh, they're the same thing, I see you. But that's the point of this, right? To innovate in an unsustainable way is not fair, it's not just to people who aren't sitting here, to people who are not born yet, to future generations. We really need to put this in the context of what's fair and what's just, and work together in order to create both the incentives and the measurements in order to have a sustainable innovation society going forward.
Thank you so much for those parting words. Daniel, Jan Eyvind.
Just to add, of course, foster innovation, make business cases, but perhaps you also need some regulation.
There we go. I saw you raise your finger, Anton. Yes?
Very grateful for this discussion. I think it's crucial to look at the footprint, but let's also put things into perspective. Like right now, the data center consumption worldwide, according to the International Energy Agency, is 1.5% of global electricity. So I'm talking of everything, not our operations. Obviously, it's a challenge. It's increasing. We need to work on it. But let's not forget about like this is the foundation of like all economy, society, and all the potential solutions. So my request would really be to see the opportunities of AI for good also within the UN system. Now we have IGF this week, and in 2 weeks AI for good in Geneva. Really see what's happening and what potential solutions are out there.
Thank you so much, Anton. Minister Tung.
Yeah, and to follow up on Anton as well, I often say, and people remember, I think, that 1 + 1 is more than 2, because it's about cooperation. The government can do it alone, parliaments can do it alone, business sector can do it alone, citizens can't do it alone. We all have to do it together within the framework of cooperation, but I also believe in the framework of regulation. Regulation which is not tight, or too tight, but regulation that can define and make innovation possible.
Thank you so much, Minister Tung, and thank you so much to our esteemed panelists, our great speakers from all around the world who have made time to be here and have these very important conversations that affect all of us. So thank you so much. Our audience here, our audience globally, let's give our panelists a warm round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, then you might have to come to.
Yes. Hi, everybody. I just wanted to say, do enjoy your lovely lunch. It's served now between 1 and 2. And we look forward to seeing you back here at 2 for the next session, hosted by Norway, the host country for IGF 2025, right here in the conference hall. Enjoy your lunch. We'll take a break and see you back here soon. And as was mentioned on stage, don't forget to have a look at the village and the exhibitions. Thank you so much.
In a world shaped by giants, can the smallest players still make the biggest impact? Yes. Small, innovative companies can navigate a world seemingly dominated by large foundational models and large countries. When data, power, and money define the race, what happens when innovation is driven by purpose and not scale? Small states, small startups, solving big problems. If you think differently, small is not a weakness. In a world.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We hope you had a lovely lunch and got to meet and connect with and explore some conversations of people you've met. I know the speakers have also been in the networking, or rather the lunch session, so if you would have wanted to chat with them, we hope that you got the opportunity to do so. Welcome back. I hope that you're energized and ready for the next session. Now, good afternoon also to our guests from watching globally from online, welcoming you back as well to this session presented by IGF 2025 host country Norway. You heard earlier on that Norway was the second country in the world to get connected to the internet. That's an important fact. So we're looking at large models and small players leveraging AI in small states and startups. I'm Natalie Becker-Okovic, and I'll be your moderator for this session. Now, over the past few years, we have witnessed something truly extraordinary. AI has moved from the research lab to the boardroom, to the factory floor, to the hospital, and increasingly to the center of political and economic power. But here's the paradox. As AI becomes more accessible in some ways, it's also becoming harder to compete. So the biggest models demand enormous data, compute, investment, and resources, which are often concentrated in the hands of a few major players. So what does this mean for the rest of us? Well, for smaller states, or for startups, and for those not operating at hyperscale, are we sidelined, or are we in fact standing at a unique point of opportunity? That is the question. Because here's what we do know, for example, innovation doesn't always come from size. It comes from agility, it comes from trust, it comes from deep knowledge, and from smart, sometimes surprising collaborations. And today we're going to explore how small actors can play a big role in shaping the future of AI. We'll talk about regulation that enables, about startups that outmaneuver giants, about AI systems that work where bandwidth and budgets are limited, but creativity is not. And most of all, we'll talk about partnerships. Very important word. Collaboration has come up very strongly today. Partnerships has come up very strongly today, so we should take note and take that as an actionable takeaway, one of the many. And also partnerships, the kind that really makes innovation inclusive and global and sustainable. In other words, how can we move from being small players to being strategic shapers of the digital world? First, we'll hear from Karianne Tung, Norway's Minister of Digitalization and Public Governance. Minister Tung will share her vision for how small states like Norway can shape AI policy in a way that not only protects values like fairness and transparency, but also prioritizes countries like hers as competitive innovation hubs in the global AI landscape. So, a warm round of applause, please. Minister Tung, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure being here and to start this very interesting discussion on leveraging artificial intelligence to increase business competitiveness and also to create better public services. I think we all can agree that AI will transform industries and markets, as well as individual lives and our whole society. Because managed and prioritized correctly, it can be the tool we need to solve many of the complex challenges that we are up against today. And at the same time, quite understandably, I must say, many people feel uncertain and concerned. It's evident that the AI revolution raises many dilemmas and questions and concerns that we need to address. And as digitalization knows no borders, we need to work together to find the best solutions. Artificial intelligence is no longer just a technological issue. It is a matter of geopolitics. AI must not become a playground for the powerful. It must serve the public good. And small players are often well positioned to drive innovation with purpose. Many groundbreaking and impactful AI innovations come from small labs, agile startups, and public agencies. Through some receive support or investment from big tech, their creativity and flexibility are essential forces behind AI's rapid progress. As nations race to harness the power of AI, the development of international standards is emerging as a key strategic tool. By shaping the rules and norms that governs AI, we are not only ensuring safety and trust, but also asserting our values and influence in a rapidly evolving global landscape. For many, the rise of large AI models feels like a race between giants. And indeed, the largest models today are backed by the largest companies, drawing on massive data, infrastructure, and funding. Being a representative for a small country, I know both the challenges, but also the advantages that comes with size. We do not have limitless resources. But in fact, many small states are already global leaders in digitalization, cybersecurity, and tech regulations. These are not accidental achievements. These stems from long-term national strategies that prioritize innovation, citizen trust, and smart governance. I would now like to take the opportunity to share with you some perspectives about how Norway is taking significant steps to harness AI in a responsible and innovative way. Our main goal towards 2030, as set out in our national digitalization strategy, is for Norway to become the most and best digitalized country in the world. It is ambitious, but I believe it's not impossible. We want the business sector to have favorable framework conditions for developing and using AI. And we want all our public sector to utilize AI for greater efficiency and to create better services for our citizens already by 2025, but also for 2030 and the future. To support these ambitious goals, we are now building a national infrastructure for artificial intelligence that can be used for research, for business development, and for a more modern public sector, thus placing Norway at the forefront of ethical and safe AI use. We have allocated to the National Library, in cooperation with the state company Sigma 2, to train and to make available, free of charge, Norwegian and Sami language models. These are based on our Norwegian data and our societal values. We are developing our national infrastructure for high-performance computing, and this will support both public sector and private entities in their effort to develop AI application and utilize AI within different sectors of the economy, but also society. And just last week, we switched on our newest supercomputer. It is called Olivia. It will have 17 times greater computational power than the infrastructure we used until now. And of course, we are also working on the implementation of EU's Artificial Intelligence Act with a goal to make it applicable in Norway at the same time as the rest of EU. The proposal for the necessary legislation will be sent out for public consultation before this summer. To comply with the requirements that we can find in the AI Act, we are also establishing a national supervisory authority and launching what we called AI Norway. AI Norway will be placed in our digitalization agency, and this will be an arena for collaboration, sharing of experience, and also experimenting with AI solutions within different sectors. AI Norway will also, among other things, manage our regulatory sandbox, where Norwegian public sector organizations and companies, especially the SMEs, can experiment with and develop and train AI systems within safe legal frameworks. Also, a couple of weeks ago, we allocated 1.3 billion Norwegian kroners to AI-related research. 6 newly selected research centers will focus on various societal and technical aspects of developing and applying AI in different fields. The centers will start their operation this summer. The Norwegian School of Economics has also recently published a report on Norwegian AI tool landscape. The rankings in this report offers a unique perspective on the Norwegian AI company landscape, showcasing both established players and emerging companies. Over 350 Norwegian AI tools and companies are described in this report. 30% of these have been founded in 2022 or later. 49 of the companies have 10 or less than 10 employees. So, as you see, Norway has a vibrant AI environment and many startups to contribute to this environment with their ideas and their knowledge. We just need to create and sustain favorable conditions for these companies to thrive. Support for early-stage ventures, including access to data, talent, and sandboxes, is critical in that respect, as well as the demand from public sector to utilize AI in developing better services and solving tasks more efficiently. But we also need to focus on international cooperation, knowledge, and sharing and strategic partnerships. Our common goal should be a balanced and inclusive technological landscape that benefits everyone. So, to conclude, small players can be leaders in this technological shift, not despite the size, but because of their flexibility and innovation capacity, as well as a value-based approach to AI. So, don't miss up on this opportunity. Let's work together and build a future that is open, that is fair for the many, not for the few. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister Tung. Thank you so much. How small scales can promote innovation and regulation in AI. Thank you for those insights. Now, we're joined by an entrepreneur and strategist and one of the leading voices in Norway's startup systems, or startup ecosystems, and you'll recognize him right away. John will show us that size doesn't have to limit ambition, especially when startups focus on domain strength, agility, and trust. And with concrete examples, he's going to explain how small players can collaborate with large platforms and sometimes even out-innovate them. That's an idea. And I'm talking about Jan Marcus Lervik, who I'm going to introduce in a second and invite onto stage. And he will be followed by Professor Ole Christopher Granmo. And Professor Granmo will give us a quick tour of the Zetland machine, which is a lightweight, high-accuracy model ideal for smaller actors and edge applications. So it's a reminder that you don't need to be a superpower to do powerful AI. You need smart, interpretable design. So now, without further ado, a warm round of applause, please, for Mr. Jan Marcus Lervik from Cognite. Please.
Thank you. I have a few slides, I think, so if you could put them up, would be appreciated. Yes, excellent. So Cognite was founded at the beginning of 2017, and at that time we saw a fundamental need to improve the world's industries. You know, we have a growing world population, we have a climate crisis, and also, lately we have seen the geopolitics, which basically creates a demand for us to produce more, but using less. So produce more goods, more energy, but with less emission. This is really the problem that Cognite is about to solve. How can we make our industries more efficient and more, sustainable and safer? 8 years later, we are Norway's first unicorn, but not only that, we're also a company that delivers data and AI technologies across the world, across industries. As you can see, both in the energy sector, life sciences, pharma sector, and many other areas. And in many ways, we have created a new product category for industrial data management, and we are the leader in that, you can say, particular market. So then, what do we do when it comes to AI? Yes, we use AI in our technology to be more efficient, to make our software more intelligent, and also to be able to access data in industrial data, in this case, through new and better ways. In the same way that you use ChatGPT for your personal lives, we, basically Cognite provides, software and AI to access and use data to optimize how you operate industrial facilities. But we're not happy with that. We're not happy to be a global leader in that area. How can we take it to the next level? And of course, we all know about the giants in California. OpenAI, for example, they built ChatGPT. There's also many others that have built large language models, which is basically large foundational AI models that use huge, training text, training sets from text and grammar to build these large LLMs, so large language models that we all use every day. Going forward, you also have companies like Meta or Facebook. They're also building their own foundation model, both for text but also for images. They're investing now $15 billion into Scale AI to basically create context for images, so you can create large foundational models for images. Of course, there's no way Cognite, or I would say also Norway, can compete with that scale. It requires too much investments, resources, talent that we can compete. But if you go into a sector like industry, we see Cognite, small Cognite, if you will, have a lot more data than the large players on industrial data. We have 3 orders of magnitude more than NVIDIA and all of these other cloud providers. So there's an opportunity for us to create foundational models for industrial data, because we have industrial data with context. And then you can start to create another category of AI models beyond the, let's say, consumer models for text, images, videos, etc., to also do the same for industrial data. And with that, you can then also start to optimize industrial assets to make them more efficient, more sustainable in new and better ways, without using the conventional machine learning approaches and writing advanced software applications. And also we know, of course, that if you look at the graph to the right, it shows how quickly the cost efficiency of different technologies. The blue one is electricity. It took a number of decades. The second one was internet, and the third one is basically generative AI. How quickly the price curve goes down. So if you have access to unique data, the price curve for using that those unique data to build new models is very attractive and can enable us to create something very unique. Where again, it's very hard for the conventional, largest companies in the world to compete with. So what does this mean for Norway or for another small country for that sake? I think one key learning, you need to stay close to the problem. Of course, in our case, the problem is industry, asset-intensive industries, which you can argue it's 30–40% of the world's GDP, but it still is a particular problem. And we have particular competence in Norway around industries, process industries, etc. Again, as I mentioned, we have also access to data, not more text than OpenAI or more images than Facebook, but we have access to much more industrial data than any of them that we can then use with our competence and in our context. Then, of course, so number 1 and 2, I believe Norway and Cognite in particular have pretty good control over. Then, of course, we need access to compute. We need GPUs. We need ability to really train these models and continue to retrain them. So that's also one key area. I heard the minister talking about buying into some large computers, which is great, but we need a lot more. And of course, to run these computers, we also need energy. And that's another area where I would argue Norway is in a very unique position, where we have essentially 100% access to 100% clean energy, green energy, and it's something we have to nurture. And in particular, up north, the energy is also very cheap. It's cold, so you don't need as much cooling. So we have an opportunity in Norway by using our unique strengths, you could say unfair advantages, to build technologies that make us can be world champions even in some of the bigger and more important areas in the world. Thank you.
The Settling Machine approach to artificial intelligence.
My vision is to perform groundbreaking artificial intelligence research that transforms society.
The business world invests in the Settling Machine approach to AI, the alternative to deep learning.
The big challenge that we see in AI is it's computationally incredibly complex.
That's really what we're looking at, right? We're looking at something that is cheaper. It's cheaper to train, it's cheaper to run, up to 10,000 times less electricity use per inference, per decision.
Settling Machine as an algorithm has intrinsic properties based on logic, which makes it really interesting in terms of developing new types of AI algorithms and applications that are by nature energy efficient.
It is accurate, it is explainable, and it uses very little energy. Now is the time to join the new AI paradigm, creating breakthroughs and powerful applications. So we are watching a revolution going on in real time. It's a revolution driven by machine learning. It's powerful algorithms that can learn to perform tasks from data in health, in legal, in public sector, everywhere. And the technology has become so powerful that you can solve almost any tasks with high accuracy. It's very tempting to use this for all purposes. Also, very recently, we have seen large language models. I have been a skeptic for a very long time. I haven't found the real use for it. But a few weeks ago, when I used DeepSeek to dissect my Settling Machine, I knew the game had changed. It was scarily good. So if you can live with the hallucinations, it's truly a powerful tool. I will almost say super intelligent in some cases. However, when you scale up, it breaks down completely. So it cannot solve the big, complex task, but still, very powerful technology. So we are now in an extremely exciting place in human history, but I have some concerns which I want to talk about today, and I call these concerns betrayals. And I'm going to talk about 3 betrayals. The first one, betrayal 1, is energy. Because one query with ChatGPT, it's extremely energy hungry. It is the same amount of energy as it takes to light one light bulb for 20 minutes. Furthermore, every month, ChatGPT produces more than 260,000 carbon CO2. So that's equal to the emission of 260 flights from New York to London. So this is immense. It's a huge environmental problem. And it raises concerns because we are running out of energy. And it's not good for the planet. So that's the first betrayal, because we are endangering our future. The second betrayal is transparency. Because for the first time in human history, we are bringing in technology to use that we do not fully understand. Who will fly a plane that the engineers didn't understand? The deep learning models, the models that are driving ChatGPT and other large language models, they are so complex that we cannot understand what's going on inside them. And we know that they are unpredictable, and they are full of biases and discrimination and so on. And still, it's taken into use. For instance, in the US, algorithms are used to decide the length of sentences, and the judges don't understand them. And we know that studies show that these models are discriminating. For instance, black people are automatically flagged as high risk without any context. Furthermore, another example from India, they use AI to decide who is going to get welfare. And thousands of legitimate receivers were removed by the AI because of faulty or weak algorithms. So, extremely powerful technology, but we have to be careful because we are endangering the freedom and the rights of people by using it. And the last betrayal, betrayal 3, is power. Because suddenly it's the big tech companies that are becoming extremely powerful because they have produced this technology, they're owning it, and we have to use it. So we are in the pockets of big tech, in my opinion. And that affects everyone, because kids have to learn to adapt to the algorithms, to get likes and to be accepted. Governments adapt to the technology they use, for instance, for automatic policy, and then calling it objective by using the AI, which we know is biased, which we know have all these weaknesses. So this is very gloomy, but I also have the solution. Because in Norway, we have a new kind of artificial intelligence based on a completely new principle. It goes back to a hidden gem in the history of science. It's from 1961. It's a very elegant, extremely efficient model of learning that was invented by a Soviet mathematician, Michael Zetlin. And it's kind of hidden and lost, but I saw immediately that this was what I was looking for when I invented the Zetlin machine. And it had some very interesting properties. So I took that learning mechanism, and then I combined it with propositional logic from philosophy, because logic is understandable. And that became the Zetlin machine. So it's an efficient and new way to do machine learning. And right now, we are outperforming deep learning in sepsis alerting, in understanding lung disease, in understanding heart disease, and in several domains. And this is just the start. Deep learning got its decade. Now, watch this space. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right, thank you also to Jan Lervik for the presentation, and then also to Professor Ole Christopher Granmo, Professor at the University of Agder and Director of CAIR. So now I would like to introduce our next keynote speaker, who's also going to be delivering a presentation here. She's a fellow at the Center for Technology Innovation at the Brookings Institute and one of the world's most recognized voices here today at the intersection of AI, equity, and global governance. Chinasa has been recognized as one of the world's most influential people in AI by Time. Please join me in giving a warm Oslo welcome to Dr. Chinasa T. Okolo. The stage is yours.
All right. So really happy to be here today, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak. And so I'll present briefly on how smaller countries, particularly those in the global majority, also known as Africa, Asia, Latin America, the Caribbean, and Oceania, can really advance how they pursue AI and how to redefine it for their needs and communities. So first, we know that the global AI divide shows disproportionate impacts in these regions, whether it be from labor, climate, social, and economic risk. There's been much work published on this by the UN and other entities. I was very fortunate to write for the International AI Safety Report that was steered by Professor Yoshua Bengio, who's the most cited computer scientist alive. We also know that 50% of AI research is produced from the US and China. This map is from Digital Science, and also the Stanford AI Index indicates that 80% of all VC funding for AI companies is allocated to just these two countries. Again, looking at this map and many others, we see that this also excludes many countries and regions like Latin America, Asia, Africa, and beyond. We also know that despite these disparities in infrastructure, education capacity, and talent concentration, this marginalization is actually breeding innovation. We see that small and emerging nations aren't relegating themselves to the sidelines in the global AI ecosystem. They're redefining and developing new models for how AI should work for them and their respective needs. While Silicon Valley debates topics like AI alignment and also catastrophic risk, smaller nations like Estonia, Rwanda, and Singapore are reshaping AI development, research, and governance on their own terms. For example, Estonia has built an AI-powered digital government, one of the most prominent in the world, and it prioritizes citizens, reduces bureaucracy, and also it advances and engages public sector engagement. Next, we see that Rwanda has led development of the first AI policy and that strategy on the African continent. And they've done a really great job in increasing their international engagement and collaboration through efforts like the Global AI Summit on Africa that was hosted in April of this year in Kigali, and had the fortune of attending, and it was a really great event. And finally, we see that Singapore has really made lots of great efforts to steer regional cooperation throughout ASEAN and beyond, and have also really steered these really interesting scientific breakthroughs, particularly when it comes to building LLMs, and also through these critical evaluation approaches through red teaming and benchmarking. And this is just only a few. So to end this presentation, I'll present 3 pillars that can help enable global transformation, particularly for smaller countries and also those in these marginalized regions. However, this is not exhaustive and also can be applied to larger companies, countries, and institutions as well. So first, data sovereignty can be essential in helping small nations, organizations, et cetera, control their digital resources and increase independence from large tech corporations. Estonia has done a really great job in adapting this and integrating this into their digital government, particularly in redefining how they make contracts with large tech companies, and also encouraging regional and local talent to help provide services that their government needs. Next, contextual innovation is really important and something that is promoted in approaches like human-centered computing and interaction more broadly. We know that AI design with local context can leverage efficient methods, for example, benchmarking evaluations, and also even small models, which is something that lots of organizations and even companies are pivoting to because they notice that these models actually are more efficient and more accurate in many contexts. And again, it's really important that we understand that these models and efforts should be integrated with indigenous values and knowledge. And finally, peer-to-peer collaboration is essential for ensuring that we can develop regional networks that bypass these traditional power hierarchies, and combine resources to optimize AI development. And these resources can include computing infrastructure and even educational infrastructure by distributing different networks and also research centers as well. So countries and organizations can collaborate and ensure, again, that they're creating AI that meets their needs. So thank you so much for listening, and looking forward to the panel presentation later.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Laurie. Thank you.
Thank you for a great presentation, Chinasa. Wonderful insights there as well, and we're really looking forward to diving deeply into the panel discussion with the insights that our speakers have given us today. But now we have a speaker who is going to be talking about or really focusing on AI playbook for small states, and what are the main conclusions, looking at the playbook, how can Rwanda be in the forefront to shape the future for AI, and how can data sovereignty, innovation, and collaboration unlock opportunity. And she is the Director General of Innovation and Emerging Technologies, and she is Esther Kunda. So Esther is coming through. There we go, Esther. Thank you so much. Please, a warm round of applause. We know it's digital, but please welcome Esther Kunda.
Thank you very much. I cannot see the screen on the presentation, but if we can definitely start. Thank you for having me, and I let me first thank Chinasa for also talking about Rwanda in her previous presentation. To quickly start, when we did this AI playbook for small states, one of the key considerations, we collaborated with Singapore to work on this particular playbook. And the idea is that small states in this playbook around AI have different key takeaways, but also we have different challenges that we are tackling. If you can go to the next slide, please. So the AI playbook, the digital force, which is a forum of small states. On the next slide, thank you. So the digital force was established in 1992 by Singapore, and it's a platform of 108 small states that discuss common interest. And the digital part of it was actually introduced in October 2022 to ensure that we also continue to collaborate on that. So when we started the playbook in 2023, one of the key areas that we were looking at was to ensure that this serves as a compilation of best practices and experiences from FOSS members on implementing AI strategies and addressing challenges that we face. As small nations, I think one of the key areas that we would all appreciate is that we don't have the same challenges that everyone has. And what we were looking at is to really understand how small states can navigate these opportunities and the risks that AI poses, but also provide actionable guidance based on global governance, but also based on best practices from other member states. We were also trying to see if we can, amongst ourselves, create these learning and collaboration and peer collaboration exchanges. Lastly, I think one of the key elements that we wanted to also look at was to address common challenges, especially on data, compute resources, funding, and as well as the fact that one of the biggest key drivers for small states is around small domestic markets, and in some instances also being landlocked countries. If you can go to the next, please. In some of the key recommendations that we came up in the playbook in itself, what we were looking at was capability for countries to build foundational AI capabilities for themselves, and this will look at human resource development. So how do we upskill our workforce, especially in our workforce in public sector or in the existing workforce, because this is one of the key areas where when we talk about AI is going to take jobs from different demographics. This is one of the key areas that everyone talks about. And then we also look at infrastructure development, access to high performance computing, and the quality of the data that is available to states, and how do we innovate around that. And lastly, sustainability concerns. I think a couple of speakers have also talked about energy, and this is also one of the key concerns that we looked at and looked at best practices towards that. In terms of the second area we looked at is promoting AI development and use. And here we looked at different areas and different best practices in countries where communities are driving AI co-creation and transparent and fair use and inclusivity. Thirdly, we also looked at how we foster trusted environment. I believe the Honorable Minister who started talked about Norway creating its own sandbox. And I think this is one of the key areas that are very important. So interoperability, open research, knowledge exchange, and continuously promote these platforms for all of us. And lastly, I think this is also why we're here, global partnership and cooperations in terms of AI standards, AI systems, and explainability and transparency of the AI systems that we do have. So in Rwanda, how we are doing that, if we can go to the next slide. In Rwanda, what we are looking at today is we've spent the last 2 years with a strategy that really looks at laying a groundwork for what we want to do as a country. So first of all, we put in place a strategy and a policy that really put Rwanda as an innovation lab and continues for it to be an innovation lab. Second, we're trying to do assessment and work around infrastructure and ecosystem readiness. So we've been working very hard in ensuring that we have data that is available. Today, when you also look at connectivity and availability of affordable data, this is also something that we are working on. Recently, actually, government passed a data sharing policy that will enable us to easily share data, but also avail this data to the private sector in one way or the other, so that AI models can be able to be trained on data that is Rwandan and that serves Rwandan. Thirdly, as a country, we continue to be a proof of concept. So we've positioned ourselves as a country that wants to allow innovators to test in an environment that is agile, because for us, what we understand is that the technology is evolving very fast. So we have to, as policymakers, we have to work with how fast it is evolving and ensure that as we put a regulation in place, we are aligning with how it is going. And lastly, of course, we are ensuring that we have the talent and the skills that is required. And that's why we continue to partner with academia like Carnegie Mellon University, Africa Leadership University, and our own universities to really create the talent that we need, and ensuring that in the next few years, you can find AI talent within Rwanda. Lastly, if I go to the last slide, we're also working in ensuring that data is available, as I was mentioning, and then also pouring into our innovation ecosystem and startups, and also continue to make partnerships with other countries, other institutions, to ensure that AI is viable and useful to every citizen in Rwanda. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Esther, for those great insights and for your presentation. And now we're going to be introducing our next two speakers. We're very pleased to welcome Jeff Bullwinkle. He is the Deputy General Counsel for Microsoft EMEA. Jeff will offer insights into how large platforms like Microsoft are working with small markets and governments to build innovation ecosystems, and how regulation and responsibility can go hand in hand. After Jeff has done his remarks, we will hear from Kojo Boyaki, VP or Vice President of Public Policy for Africa, the Middle East and Turkey in Meta. Kojo brings a valuable perspective on how small players and global platforms can co-create inclusive tech futures, especially in regions where connectivity and access and local innovation all intersect. But please, first join me in giving a warm welcome and a round of applause to Microsoft. Jeff, the stage is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Natalie. It's great to be here in Oslo. Welcome to everybody here in the room. Good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to anybody who is following online. And thanks to all of you for the opportunity to offer a couple of perspectives at what I think really is a momentous point in time, a very important moment in history in technology. It is the era of AI, as has been talked about already today. But as we think about that and reflect upon what's happening in this era of AI, it's worth, I think, also reflecting on history of technology over the course of time. Think about the moment at which the movable type printing press was perfected in the mid-15th century, leading to innovation over the course of time that has really changed the course of humanity in so many positive ways. These innovations over the course of time, the steam engine ultimately, electricity of course as well, the telephone, the combustion engine, naturally you get into the era of the PC, the internet, mobile telephony, the smartphone, and of course, ultimately now what really is cloud in the era of AI. These have been the building blocks, really, that have defined what is today a modern civilization. But the focus really is, at the moment, not surprisingly, on this era of artificial intelligence. And of course, we think about that and must recognize that AI is really nothing new. We've talked about this at least for 75 years, since Alan Turing devised the famous Turing test back in the 50s. But it really is a moment in time over the past few years, perhaps 2.5 years, when I think, as Natalie said at the opening, AI has entered the boardroom. In the era of generative AI, the conversation really has changed. And that's why I think you can see the adoption curve here changing this very dramatic way. You see things here today that really are, at this point, taken entirely for granted. The internet, the mobile phone, Facebook as a platform, Meta as a platform, Meta is here today as well. These technologies took up to many, many years to reach 100 million users. Not so with ChatGPT, which really is the one you see here at the end. It's a straight line, practically 3 months only to reach 100 million users for ChatGPT when it was first launched into the world about 2.5 years ago. It's not perhaps surprising to think about that because it is, after all, a GPT, not as in ChatGPT, but a general purpose technology. That is a technology that has the ability to reshape, to reinvent, to improve in so many ways every aspect of the economy. Unlike a single-purpose technology, which is very good at one particular thing, like a sewing machine, GPTs, like generative AI, do have the ability, again, to reshape every field of human endeavor in dramatic and exciting ways. We're also finding, though, as we think about this moment we're in, that there is this additional technology stack that gets created, a stack that has 3 fundamental layers to it. One is the infrastructure layer. Of course, you need land. You need power, as has been talked about as well today. You need advanced chips and GPUs. Of course, you need data center infrastructure, including what Microsoft and other companies like Meta are building across Europe, across the global north, across the global south as well. That is the infrastructure layer. But also you have, of course, the model layer, the foundation model layer, which includes, of course, data, the new lifeblood, as they say, the new oil of today's economy. You have the models themselves, whether large language models or smaller language models, and ultimately, of course, you have tooling as well. So you have this model layer as well. Then beyond that, above that, you have, of course, the application layer, the various things that people can do with technology that animates in different ways so many aspects of life and really very exciting ways, and ultimately, of course, end users. Now, when you think about this, you realize there is opportunity for growth, for innovation, for progress in so many ways, up and down every layer of this stack. And I think it is very helpful to think about what Minister Tung said at the beginning in her remarks, because she captured it so well in terms of the ability for a small country, a medium-sized country, a large country, for an individual entrepreneur, for a small company, for a large company, for a nonprofit, for a hospital, for a school, all to benefit in remarkable ways from this technology, which is really exciting to think about. And of course, because we are here in Norway, I'll just have up on the slide here various things that reflect the ways in which companies involved in logistics, in financial services, in healthcare, in IT, in professional services, all are doing very exciting things here in Norway with these new technologies. So that really is remarkable for us to think about in terms of, again, every different aspect of human endeavor. At the same time, though, it's also worth reflecting on the fact that trust is key. And we are, after all, living in an era of geopolitical volatility. Trust has become an issue. Trust in technology, perhaps, has become an issue as well. And that does mean that companies like Microsoft have to make sure they recognize the responsibilities that come with the role that we occupy. And this is a global audience here in Oslo and online, to be sure. But equally, because we are here in Europe, I thought I'd spend a moment talking about how we've thought about our responsibilities in the European context through the announcement quite recently, about a month and a half ago, of a new set of European digital commitments that have these 5 different elements to them you see on the slide. The first really is a recognition of the fact that we have the opportunity, the responsibility to support a cloud and AI ecosystem that is broad and diverse. That definitely includes the infrastructure that Microsoft itself is building as a company across the global north and across the global south as well. But equally, it involves our work in supporting local European providers as well, and local technology companies and other markets in which we operate around the world. So we want a broad and diverse AI ecosystem and cloud infrastructure. The second element of our digital commitments is really focused on the need for us to be able to provide what I'll describe as digital resilience, even in an era of geopolitical volatility. And this commitment has 3 different elements to it for us here in Europe, where these concerns have become particularly pronounced over the past little while. The first is our commitment that, as a company, we will in fact oversee and manage our AI data center infrastructure through boards of directors that are comprised exclusively of European nationals. That's sort of number one. A second element of this commitment to resilience is making sure we are committing to our customers, to our partners, to government stakeholders, our preparedness to push back against any order from any government to either cease or suspend cloud services. This actually has become a fairly common point in conversations that we have. Microsoft, what would you do in the event you were ordered to cease or suspend cloud services? Through this commitment, we essentially commit, and we will do so contractually, to national European governments to resist, to fight back against any such order, including with litigation, if that proves necessary. The third element of this commitment, however, is focused on our need to do more than that. So a customer might come to us and say, Microsoft, thank you for committing to resist an order and for litigating that. What if you lose? What then? And so what we have said here, essentially, is that we will have a mechanism by which we can provide business continuity in the very unlikely event of that happening. And here we've talked about our plan to create a repository of software code sitting in Switzerland that will be overseen by third-party providers that will be able to, again, provide continuity in the event, again, of a very, very unlikely scenario, such as the one people are now talking about. A third commitment we have here really is building on what has been years of focusing on the need to protect the privacy, the security, the sovereignty of data in Europe, and really data around the world. In Europe, we have already taken significant steps to make sure that our customers' data is being processed and stored within the European Union and after countries as well, including here in Norway. So that's been a long-standing investment we've made over the course of time. Beyond that, though, we're doing additional things as well to make sure that we are building in sovereign controls to our own cloud services to address what really are very natural, understandable concerns and questions people have in this moment of geopolitical volatility. And in fact, some may have seen that our CEO, Satya Nadella, was in Amsterdam just last week on Monday, and he gave a speech at that time in which he announced a new set of sovereignty-related controls that you can read about online in a blog written by Justin Altoff, focusing on our commitment to provide a sovereign public cloud, a sovereign private cloud, and also, in some cases, national partner cloud. So that really is our third focus here in terms of making sure we are always focused on the need for sovereignty. Now, cybersecurity also, of course, is top of mind. It is for us and has been for some time. It is also for everyone here, I'm sure, in the room and online, recognizing the increasingly pernicious, malicious threats and attacks in cyberspace, often from nation-state actors. We see this frequently as a company. We have the ability at Microsoft to be able to aggregate data, by the way, using AI, looking at 77 trillion signals every single day to detect how threat vectors are evolving over the course of time and how we can defend against attacks before they become problems for the communities that we serve. We also then, following our initial announcement of these commitments that we made back in April, announced a new European security program focused on making sure we're doing even more to share threat intelligence and work with governments and other stakeholders in a way that will reduce the threat environment online. And finally, what I would say here that we're also very focused on is the need to make sure that we are committed to openness. And here we have a commitment to make sure we're also doing even more to support open source software development in the context of this era of AI. We announced about a year and a half ago at the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona a set of AI access principles that really can be summarized in 3 words. One, again, is access. Here, the conversation is very much about making sure that everyone can have access to infrastructure needed to benefit from AI in the way that everyone needs to benefit from AI. So access is number 1. Fairness is number 2. Making sure that once we are giving access to people to use our infrastructure, we're treating them fairly and doing so in the context of interoperable open standards as well. And finally, there's an element there of responsibility, making sure, again, that we as a company are rising to the challenge or responsibility that comes with the role that we occupy, including in relation to developing our own set of principles around responsible and ethical AI, but ultimately making sure we're being adherent and compliant with laws that governments enact around the world. So I'll pause there and look forward to the conversation in the panel, and with that, invite Kojo to follow me.
Hi, everyone. As some people have mentioned, my name is Kojo Boakye. I'm the Vice President of Public Policy for Africa, the Middle East, and Turkey with Meta. It's extremely hard to follow these speakers. I thought Professor Chinasa's presentation was fantastic. So I'm going to try my very, very best. Be gentle with me. I have to admit also that I was thrown by the question posed toward the panelists. What do they mean by small states? I thought. In part because I'm mindful that the region I look after, Africa, the Middle East, and Turkey, is full of what some people might deem small states, but they punch well above their weight. The United Arab Emirates had the first AI minister friend, Minister Al-Olama, in 2017. And I'm told people laughed when they said they appointed an AI minister. People have seen what KSA are doing, and from my unique vantage point, I've seen all the work that's being done in places like Nigeria, Ethiopia, and South Africa on AI. So I have a small bias here. I'll probably be speaking more to small companies and startups than I will to small states. How do we, as a company, Meta, think about this era of AI? Our view is that we need to level the playing field, that no one company or government can own the future and the promise of AI. And we attempt to do that by open sourcing our models. And since 2023, we've launched Llama models, and now on Llama 4, that have been downloaded 1 billion times, more than that now. And we believe that the unique advantages and differences between closed models and open models shouldn't be seen as binary. We know some are more open than others, but the unique differences, most notably things like transparency and the fact that you have access to the weights and can fine-tune as you wish create advantages that are good for the world, for Meta, yes, but for good for many of the small startups and small states that wish to use them and are using them. The advantage of lower compute costs, the advantages of being able to fine-tune as you would to meet your local purpose, national purpose, commercial purpose is amazing. The fact that you can actually see under the hood of how these models are created. And as we think about the risks of AI, the fact that we can learn from other people's attempts to get behind the back of it and use it in uneven means, but also to share their learnings in respect of cybersecurity. I said I would have a bias towards some of the small players that are using OpenAI and certainly Llama to meet national goals and increasingly continental ones. In education and in public health, we've seen ourselves partner with the Africa Union Development Agency to create Akili AI. And in part, this was because we were told as a company across the Africa region that small to medium businesses that characterize the region didn't understand how they might scale or grow or work in other countries, how they might take advantage of the new Africa Continental Trade Agreement and work in Ghana and Nigeria or Kenya and Eswatini. Enabling this to happen through an app that they can access information on has proved critically important already, and we hope to grow this with more governments. I'm also mindful that Fundamate, created as an educational app that now reaches more than 3 million students, enabling many to go from primary school or lower school to junior school, upper school and on to university, has proved incredibly successful using Llama, and the fact that we open sourced it has been a key driver in that incredible development. Digital Green, again, an SMS service backed up by Llama AI, is helping farmers across Kenya and other parts of East Africa increase yields and increase outcomes. And Jacaranda Health, cited by many as a stunning example of open source use and traditional technologies, is helping mothers across Kenya in Swahili and now across Ghana with the Ghanaian National Health Service, and I'm sure other countries as it grows, is helping to create much, much safer outcomes in terms of maternal health. A quick video from Fundamate. I always felt it was better if someone else speaks to some of the advantages rather than I, if it plays. I'm hoping tech might be able to help. Is there someone from tech who can help with my amazing video? Should play. No? Okay. Well, I'm sorry, you're going to have to miss that one. I'm telling you, it's a blockbuster. That's Fundamate explaining how they've used OpenAI, not only to meet the needs of students, as I mentioned, students in junior school, students who want to go to university, and the fact that they've been able to scale. And this idea of scaling is super, super important, as you can appreciate. I'll take a bit more time to quickly say that much of this is done through our investments in a holistic way. Obviously, the billions we spend on infrastructure and developing models is critically important. You'll hear that from many of the big players. But also stimulating through the Llama Impacts Grant, which has enabled startups from around the world, received thousands of applications, launched in 2023, and enabled startups from around the world to get onto Llama, use Llama, and to grow their businesses. But also from things that my team in the Africa, Middle East, and Turkey region have developed. And if you're quick enough, you can apply for the Llama Impact Accelerator program, which will see us have mentorship and skills development for organizations, small organizations that wish to use Llama and open source AI to grow their businesses and accelerate their efforts to meet some of the national and local challenges that they face. Of course, this is my 19th IGF. I'm surprised. None of you say, you meant to say you don't look old enough to have done 19 IGFs. I didn't hear that. But this is my 19th IGF. I know a lot is being decided this year on the IGF, and I'm mindful that there are not just me, but a number of staff from Meta here who are here to engage and to collaborate and to build partnership. I'm also mindful that this era of AI, the promise that AI holds, as well as the risks that many of us are concerned about, will only come, and negating those risks, will only come about if we collaborate and if we build the multi-stakeholder partnerships. I'm here till Thursday, as are many of the team here from Meta. We very much look forward to engaging with you, and I look forward to the panel. Thanks ever so much. Appreciate your time.
So we hope you enjoyed these really exciting presentations from our esteemed speakers who've once again traveled from far and wide to be here with us today and to give their presentations and their insights. Now, we are again going to take a deeper dive into what they've touched upon during their exciting presentations, and we're going to invite them back on stage for a panel discussion. So, lots of new insights to work with here, setting the foundations to explore it more deeply. I would like to invite back on stage Chinasa Teokolo, John Lerwick, Jeff Bullwinkle, Ole Christopher Granmo, and Koyo Boyake.
Hello, I have to ask you, what on earth is going on here?
We're scared for the Atlantic salmon, so we don't want them to bring any invasive disease.
Because the Atlantic salmon is the one, the origin here.
Rational salmon, we call it, or the puckelux, they take over the rivers. They scare away the Atlantic salmon.
I think it will be a catastrophe.
They are not wanted here. We don't want them here.
2 years ago, they caught humpback salmon in this river manually, and it took them 1,700 hours of labor to do that. That's not feasible going forward, right?
Yeah.
The people who are working with this don't need to go down to the river. They could sit here or on the telephone to look at the salmon.
And now we have caught close to 6,000 humpback salmon already this season, and everything has gone through this automatic system.
It's working very well here. I think it could be put out in other rivers as well, all over the world.
What you have just watched, I think while our panel was sitting down, was a video on the automatic detection of humpback salmon in the rivers, and that was from Tech for All. So you see the role that technology does play in our everyday lives. Norway, of course, is known for its salmon. You would know that from all parts of the world and recognized for that globally. And of course, technology and innovation plays a large part in making that a sustainable industry. So we hope that you enjoyed that video as well, where technology and AI is helping to save the Atlantic salmon. Now, as we have our esteemed speakers and presenters here on stage, we're going to dive right into the panel discussion. And I would like to start with a question to you, Chinasa. What opportunities do you see for smaller nations and underrepresented regions to really lead in ethical and inclusive AI development?
Yeah, great question, and thank you. So many opportunities. I would say for me, something that I mentioned in the presentation, thinking about smaller models, and I think, again, because of the benefits that they hold, particularly when it comes to domains or regions where there are data deserts, I think that can help kind of solve the gap a little bit in some of the issues that we see currently in terms of current approaches to AI development. And then also, I think just in general, many opportunities to really focus on these contextualized approaches and not really trying to build these general AI models again, which I don't find or seem to see most beneficial for many contexts. And then I would say finally, again, in terms of leveraging smaller models, also taking advantage of some other approaches like model quantization, edge computing, et cetera, which can really help provide many more opportunities, not only for these rural areas or regions in these global majority communities, but also in the U.S. Where I'm based, we do have rural communities and also like more marginalized contexts. And I think these approaches pioneered by smaller countries can actually be more beneficial across the global north, quote unquote, and global south more equally as well.
Janasa, thank you so much for your kind feedback on that question. Jon, over to you. From a startup perspective, how can small tech companies compete or collaborate with hyperscalers to create unique value?
We have one here, of course. No, I think the obvious part of it is of course, that you have to focus on something particular and be really good at it. That's, let's say, the easier part. And of course, like, again, as I talked about, we in Cognite have focused on asset-intensive industries. But the other part of it, I think, is a little bit more particular. Maybe you also need to, focus on a problem that is sufficiently big that he cares, because in most cases they are not. They will be just focused on their own things. So the problem we focus on needs to be sufficiently big, so Microsoft or whether it's Amazon, Google, or others, or Meta for that sake, also care about it, so you get some good competitive tension, which is I think exactly what we have in Microsoft. Fantastic partnership, but also a little bit tension now and then, where they see that we do things that they would like to do, and vice versa. I think that's the recipe for success.
Thank you so much for that answer, Jon. And then, Jeff, how can large companies, tech companies like Microsoft, as Jon nudged you earlier on, support innovation ecosystems in small states while ensuring fair competition and responsible AI development?
Well, I pick up on the point I think that Jon made so well, which is that larger companies, despite that question of scale, in fact, ultimately are platform companies. I mean, Microsoft is now, and really always has been, first and foremost, a platform technology company. And so we do have a lot of work we've done, of course, at the infrastructure layer with data center capacity we built here across Europe, indeed in Africa, across the Americas and Asia as well. And there's the infrastructure layer on top of which you have the model layer and the application layer. And we're just very excited about the amount of innovation you're seeing up and down that stack. And so certainly as a company, one thing that we are clearly focused on trying to do, as I mentioned earlier, is to make sure that there is that broad access that we can provide, and that we operate in a way that allows for openness and interoperability across systems as well. So you have these small, exciting companies that are building on our stack and achieving great success, whether in small states or large states. And indeed, you see this across Africa, which has been talked about a bit today, and I've had the privilege of spending some time in Africa over the past year, in Kenya and Tanzania, Rwanda, Egypt. I was just 2 weeks ago, actually, in Nigeria. And the amount of excitement you see across these countries and the innovation happening in these countries with highly localized applications or models is pretty exciting to see.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your response to that, Jeff. And then, Christopher, massive AI models demand massive resources. So, how can small states, for example, like Norway, leverage energy-efficient AI, like the Settling model, or the Settling machine rather, to compete without relying on big tech's infrastructure?
So my vision is to build a completely sovereign technology, and that involves building things from scratch. And we have two very exciting projects with the Supreme Court of Norway and the Parliament, where we're going to build a fully Settling machine stack, and it will solve the black box problems in the critical areas in society. So by making flagship projects that can inspire others and show that it's possible, that's my main strategy, yes.
Thank you so much. Now, coming to you, Kojo, what are your thoughts on what opportunities do you see for smaller nations, underrepresented regions to lead in ethical and inclusive AI developments?
I think I spoke to some of it. I wanted to say a quick shout, because I think you asked a great question about small companies and what they seek to do with big players. And I think the answer from my learned friend was to the right was to create things that big players are interested in and therefore sparked by competition. I want to give a shout out to those small players that aren't interested in that. They're actually interested in making viable businesses or resolving local issues and contextual issues that may never interest Meta, Microsoft, ChatGPT or whatever else at this point in time, but are extremely interesting to their locality or their nation as a business or as a solution provider. So I just want to kind of give a shout out. It may be very different to Norwegian players than it might be to a player from Djibouti or Mauritania or Ghana at times as well. In terms of what we can do to stimulate or to answer your question, I think hopefully I did a reasonable job of outlining how I think Meta as a company and others who believe in the use of open source, Jeff has spoken about the applications layer and people building on that piece, how we're enabling small players and states by providing this openly. We're investing 65 billion this year in infrastructure. As I hope my slide made a good point of doing, it means that the cost of compute, which is obviously the debilitating barrier that many face, isn't there. We're making our weights available so that people can so they can create solutions using our models. We're enabling people to fine-tune. But at the same time, we're also making telling investments as well. The Llama Impacts Grant, which was launched by the company in 2023, saw thousands of applications, 2 from our region that I mentioned. The team is continuing to invest through programmatic efforts to work with small companies and, increasingly in the future, governments. So if you're in the room and you're interested in using Llama to solve your national problems, come and see us, making telling investments to do that as well. So I hope our approach, this idea that we can level the playing field by making massive investments on behalf of the company to provide open source AI is really what's key there.
Thank you so much for those insights, Koyo, and for the clarity. Then also, in terms of, let's say, Meta, we'll come back to that question. I wanted to ask you, like Christopher again, Norway has renewables and your energy-sipping AI is what is right. How do we turn this combo into a global blueprint, okay, for equitable AI growth? What do you say?
Yes, great question. And hardware is a key component here. And all the hardware today from NVIDIA and others is rigged for deep learning, matrix multiplications. But we have this pioneering work going on at University of Newcastle. They build settled machine hardware. And Edge, like you said, extremely promising energy measurements. And to really build up green technology, we have to create an alternative to the NVIDIA technology, for instance, from the bottom up. So if you can manage to do that, that would be like a big breakthrough in the energy area. Yes.
Thank you so much for answering that question. Chinasa, I want to pose a question to you as well. How do you see these countries and regions potentially avoiding the challenges experienced by larger countries and companies in scaling AI development?
Yeah, great question. I think it's a bit tough to say because we, again, do see this disproportionate impacts occur in these smaller countries that are really just trying to have a foot in the AI race. I don't like to use that term, but more broadly. And so I would say really it's just that, again, really focusing on these contextualized models, and then also understanding like how AI can benefit different sectors, within their respective countries or regions. Again, like AI doesn't need to be and should not be adopted, for every little single thing. In many cases, these basic general algorithms can work much better than AI optimized ones or just straight AI models in general. And then also I would say, again, it's just understanding that there's the different downstream impacts, whether it relates to labor, which we've seen these disproportionate impacts in Latin America, East Africa, particularly in Kenya, and also throughout Southeast Asia, and trying to shift away from these extractive models to more so community-centered models, again, that center and value these indigenous frameworks that understand community and I would say value building and et cetera, et cetera. And so, yeah.
Thank you so much for that. Do you want to add anything in terms of, let's say, ethical concerns differing between smaller nations and larger ones as it pertains to AI research and development?
Yeah, and so something I mentioned a lot is that because when we consider the computer science fairness literature, I'm an academic by training, we see that a lot of these issues are focused on, let's say, Western concepts. And so when we consider things like race, which isn't relevant, in many African countries, aside from South Africa, and also throughout, global majority countries, I think that this also provides a limited understanding of how AI models can exacerbate bias in these respective settings. And so there's a lot of interesting work emerging on caste, particularly within the South Asian context, which I think can really provide interesting insights into how we can ensure that these models don't discriminate on this respective social identity aspect, along with other things around gender, tribal affiliation, and the intersections, which is something that's really important because these societies are so diverse. And so this is why I'm really in favor of these countries. As you consider investing in AI development or forthright, you also have to bolster your respective academic ecosystem to support the socio-technical research that can really understand all these dimensions of AI development.
Thank you, Chinasa. And now talking about policy and framework, Jeff, over to you. How should smaller nations and underrepresented regions adapt their governance frameworks to meet their local contexts?
Well, it's interesting to see how the global conversation about AI regulation is developing. I would say, for starters, that as a company, we certainly recognized before the AI Act in Europe was even part of the conversation, our own responsibility to make sure that we're developing and deploying solutions that are adherent to a set of clear principles that equate to responsible AI. Things like fairness, of course, transparency, accountability, safety and security, reliability. These sorts of things for us are paramount in what we do and how we do it. Equally, we're just one company in one sector, and it's ultimately up to governments to tell us what the rules are. And so there has been a lot of discussion globally that seems to be leading towards something of a consensus in this area. The group of 7 countries a couple of years ago in the so-called Hiroshima process during the Japanese presidency developed some really good ideas in this respect that were then built on during the Italian presidency and now Canada as well. That's helping to drive also a bit of a global conversation. The OECD, the UN itself more broadly, has been involved in a way that is, I think, very helpful in getting us closer to what would be sort of a global cohesive approach to AI regulation that is based upon a risk framework that will create the right guardrails, but ultimately be pragmatic and allow for AI adoption. And this is something, again, as I've had the benefit of meeting with policymakers across countries in Africa, for instance, you see what is a strong interest in what's happening in Europe. Is that the right model or not? Do we want to make sure there's a model that's going to create the right rules, again, the right safety frameworks, but also not hinder adoption? And a comment earlier was made, I think, by Chinasa in relation to what's happening in Singapore, where the government has taken, in fact, a fairly light touch approach relative to some countries in Europe, which might indeed become what you see happening elsewhere in the world too. So people don't really hinder diffusion of AI, which is so critical.
Thank you so much for that input, Jeff. And now, John, over to you. I may combine 2 questions, and you can speak to the parts of them that you would like to. Opportunities, which of them do you see for smaller nations and underrepresented regions to lead in ethical and inclusive AI development? And then also the question is, what constraints should these countries be aware of as they aim to increase their participation in the global AI ecosystem? You want to share reflections?
Good questions. I think also as a follow-up to what you just said, I think I would say, to generalize a little bit, here in Europe, we are starting with the cart in front of the horse in many ways. We start to talk about ethical use and privacy and stuff like that, and it's a fact that our friend to the left would never have been there if they started with privacy. Facebook was not a privacy company. They basically create a value. So, I think about it like doing things right versus doing the right things. So we need to start with understanding how do we create value from AI. This is also what Microsoft did when they invented Azure and all these things, right? How do we create value, not how do you support privacy, if you will. So I think this is super important. Also, refer comment about Singapore. We need to focus on the value, and then of course we need the guardrails, but not opposite, because then we will never get to the value. And secondly, I think also referring to comment from my friend here in Meta, which I agree to, of course there's tons of value to be had in small countries like Norway by sitting on the shoulders of the giants.
Absolutely.
The two of you, right? So, and we as a nation, we need to leverage that and improve the efficiency of the Norwegian government, of companies, all those things. But I think also we need to have, my last point is, we need to aspire beyond that as well. We cannot just be a country
Absolutely.
which leverages other people's IP. So that's why I also, of course, we are lucky in Norway. We have a lot of energy, both green and brown, if you will. We export all the brown one, or all the gases, more or less, to Europe. But we also need to take those unfair advantages, industry, energy, and convert that into our own value, IP as well, in the future, where we can also export.
Absolutely.
And not just sit on the shoulders of Microsoft and Meta, which we are very happy to do, but we want to do more.
Absolutely. I
Thank
do
you
want to
so
add,
much.
just to make that super clear, the only thing I was trying to bring was balance. I know there are, and I don't want to fly in BA 82 or 74 back to Ghana or Nigeria and be lambasted for saying we only want to solve local problems. There are obviously companies that want to go much broader and compete with us, and we welcome that competition. But I did want to flag, because it's missing from this particular panel, that there are small companies as well. Sure. Can I just quickly add a couple of things?
Please, because you were next.
Thanks.
You were next. I wanted to ask you, you had a choice of a question, how is Meta prioritizing local capacity building, research and development when building open source models for the global AI ecosystem? However, I see that you want to respond to.
I think that would, if I answered that question, I'd be at a risk of repeating.
Okay,
which helps.
Please go ahead and respond to some of the
points made by Jeff and my friend to the right about how we ensure we don't have a cookie cutter approach. I think Jeff was extremely diplomatic about some of the problems, and my friend was about some of the problems Europe has faced by what Mr. Draghi calls over-regulation, whether that be in respect of GDPR or AI and the threat of AI. And we saw very recently that huge players, and I suspect small ones, had seen so much uncertainty by that form of regulation that they held off launching some of the products that would be so valuable. So, for example, Meta delayed the launch of Meta AI on WhatsApp and Facebook and whatever until it had more clarity. So I think when I travel around and I speak to regulators and heads of state and ministers, whether that be in the Middle East, Africa, Turkey, Azerbaijan, they're very mindful that they don't want a cookie cutter approach. So that's really, really important. The other piece, and I think this is what the IGF lends itself to and why I'm always so eager to come here, is that to really tackle those ethical problems and challenges and create the value that we think AI can have or believe it can have, we need to have multi-stakeholder conversations like this. Impactful ones, you can have the kind of ones that don't go anywhere. But the super impactful ones need to involve the big players, the CSOs, the medium-sized companies that want to be big players, and the small-sized companies just want to operate in their region and solve their issues. And Dr. O'Connor, the academics and everybody else that needs to get involved as well. And I think that's really, really important. I just want to stress that point.
Thank you so much. And with 5 minutes left, I'm going to give you each 30 to 60 seconds for last thoughts, parting words to leave the audience with, if you would like to. Where shall I start? Any takers? Okay, so does anybody want to touch on the opportunities? Also, frameworks. I see that we've covered a lot of ground here, actually. Everybody's been really good with time.
I think we're done.
Okay, 30 seconds, you think?
Yeah, I think we're done. No, but I think my perspective is that AI is changing everything, and we need to lean in, whether it's from global companies like Microsoft or nations like Norway or industrial companies, and there's no time to lose. You know, this is happening.
Thank you. Jeff?
I might build on John's comment by saying that I'm reading a book currently by a professor called Jeffrey Ding in Washington, D.C., called Technology and the Rise of Great Powers. And his premise in the book, fundamentally, is that it may not be so much about where a particular technology originated, where it was invented for the very first time, but rather the degree to which a country is successful in adopting it, integrating it across every aspect of society, and leading to this widespread diffusion. That's what you hear people wanting to do and talking about across the world, whether the global north or the global south. It's up to us as companies to provide for that, up to governments to create clarity in relation to the regulatory environment, and we hope a level of pragmatism for sure, and also up to everyone to work together in making sure you have also the right level of skills to make sure people can actually embrace these technologies in the way that they want to.
Thank you, Jeff. Ole Christopher, anything you'd like to add to the conversation?
So I will add a critical point, and that is the essence. Today, we don't fully understand the AI. If you don't understand the AI controls us. We have to turn it around. We have to fully understand the AI so they become a tool for us, so that we are in control. That is essential. Yes.
Thank you for that. Shanasa.
I didn't get to speak much on governance, which is my focus as a fellow at Brookings. But again, I think there are also many opportunities not just to solely innovate in the actual development of AI, but really understanding how it can and should be governed, particularly for smaller nations. Just as we shouldn't rely on these big tech companies, to be the standard of AI development, we also should not rely on these bigger regional blocks or countries to also be the model for AI governance as well. And so I think there are many opportunities to innovate in that sector as well.
Thank you so much. Kojo, do you want the last word?
Not much to add. It's one of those panels where everybody's almost in complete agreement about the promises that AI hold and the fact that we need to create policy frameworks and commercial ones, opportunities and stuff that enable us to seize those promises. Even, as I understand it, Tom, those who think those promises may come from a different technology, we're all in agreement on that piece. And I think what that means for me is ultimately what we just discussed, that we don't want to get in the way of seizing those opportunities. And as my own bias, I've been doing policy and regulation for 22 years now, 23, going 23. Again, no one says you don't look old enough, so it shares I do. We don't want that to get in the way. And I think that's what's most important at this point in time. That's why I'm so thankful to have fora like this, the Internet Governance Forum, and to be sitting amongst such learned people as I am. And I hope to find solutions to whatever concerns, fears, challenges may get in the way of us seizing that promise. Thank you.
Kojo, thank you so much. Thank you, Ole Christopher. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, John. Thank you, Chinasa. We really appreciate your inputs. A big round of applause for our wonderful panel, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for this great conversation. Before you leave the stage, we're going to ask you to please stand here for a group photo. Thank you so much. And I'll make some announcements as to what is happening in the rest of the day. But thank you. I know our photographer is in the house, so we're going to have a group photo. Okay, there we go. So, we have a number of photographers. Right, and then, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you back to our conference hall for the rest of the week's sessions presented by IGF host country, Norway. Meet us right back here for the rest of the week and very engaging conversations as you have seen. We also invite you to explore, thank you so much, a rich and diverse program of sessions covering a wide spectrum of crucial topics from AI and sustainability. Don't forget to visit the Open Village just outside the hall, and for everything else, the panels, the workshops, the networking opportunities, please check out the IGF 2025 app for the latest updates. On behalf of the organizing team and our hosts here in Norway, we wish you a rewarding and inspiring and thought-provoking week of dialogue and insight and collaboration, continuing to build digital governance together. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, great. This is the newcomer session, and I would like just to introduce the chair of the MAG, Carol Roach.
Hello.
And my name is Tingatai Masango, head of the IGF Secretariat. So, shall we stand or sit?
I'm going to have to sit after a while.
Yes, okay. So, how many of you are newcomers? Whose is the first IGF? Oh, great, fantastic. And I suppose, all right. Yes, but yes, good. So here we're just telling you a little bit about what the IGF is, what we discuss, and what is the whole ethos behind the IGF. But in the IGF, we don't like just telling people things. We also want some interaction as such. Is that microphone okay? Yes, okay, great. So what is the IGF? Can somebody tell me that? Nobody? There's a microphone there and a prize at the end.
Internet Global Forum.
Yes.
Almost.
Yes. So the IGF is the Internet Governance Forum, as you can see right there. And we are a result of the World Summit of the Information Society. So, the World Summit of the Information Society was a conference that was started through the ITU, but became a multi-departmental or UN organizational effort. And its main purpose was to discuss the information society. This is, so the idea started around 2000, the year 2000 at the turn of the century, when the internet was gaining more and more prominence. And okay, we have this thing, there's this growing divide of people who have access to the internet or to information resources and those who don't. And then the question was, okay, let's discuss this. Number one, how do we deal with the digital divide? Who runs the internet? How do we make decisions? As you know, the internet mainly started off, as a project from ARPANET, moved to the academic institutions to share knowledge. And then after that, after the commercialization of the internet, it really exploded with, what was the first ones called? The Facebooks of yesteryear. Anybody know? Or are you all too young for that?
Mm-hmm.
MySpace, thank you, MySpace, etc. So it was gaining more and more and more, of course, prominence in our daily lives and also in the economic activity. So from the WSIS, they decided to have the WSIS in two phases. Phase one was the Geneva phase, and phase two was the Tunis phase. So when they started talking about the internet in phase one in Geneva in 2003, they started talking about the governance of the internet. And people were saying, okay, what is internet governance? And in the UN context, if you don't know a definition of something, we set up a working group to find out what is that definition of internet governance. So a working group on internet governance was set up to discuss and see what the definition of internet governance was. And they came up with a definition of internet governance, and it was presented in Tunis in the second WSIS IGF. And Carol is going to tell you what the definition they came up with was.
Okay. So the definition is the internet governance is the development and application by governments, private sector, and civil society in their respective roles of shared principles, norms, rules, decision-making procedures, and programs that shape the evolution and use of the internet. And I think this was kind of a new concept in terms of including all of these different roles and persons, where we have a situation where it's just not governments only trying to determine governance of something, but now we're talking about other stakeholders like the private sector, the technical community, civil society, all coming together to bring their perspective on how things should run on the internet, or the best practices, the best policies to ensure that the internet remains for everybody.
Yes. So this came to a decision in Tunis, and what we call the Tunis Agenda, and the mandate of the Internet Governance Forum is in paragraph 72 to 82 of the Tunis Agenda, and you can just do a search on it on the internet. Go to our website, you can see the mandate of the IGF. And in paragraph 72, they asked the Secretary General in an open and inclusive process to convene by the second quarter of 2006 a meeting of a new forum of multi-stakeholder dialogue called the Internet Governance Forum. So, as Carol said, the most important part of this is that it's not just governments, it's basically everybody that's is involved in using the internet should have a say in how the internet is governed. And also, it's a multi-stakeholder dialogue. So it was expressly put in that it's a multi-stakeholder dialogue. And I think it was 97 heads of state actually voted for this. And this was one of the first times that governments with the power decided to devolve their power a little bit and give it in the multi-stakeholder model. This also follows how the internet itself is set up. Because in the internet, there isn't one body that decides everything. I mean, yes, you do have the IETF, you have the W3C, etc. But they publish, what they do publish are not hard directives or laws, no.
Standards and guidelines.
The standards that people can volunteer to follow. And if they follow, everything works well. And things have been working fairly well. Yes, in the late 90s and early 2000s, there were some companies, etc., who wanted to go their own way, but they eventually saw that it was better to adopt the common standards to run it. And that's one of the things that we do as well. So we believe more in the soft power approach instead of the hard power approach as such. So, do you want to?
So instead of taking a top-down approach where government just pushes things down, it's more of a bottom-up approach where there's more dialogue, more listening and hearing as opposed to just talking at. So it comes from the bottom up, from the civil societies, the tech communities, from educators who are really on the ground, knowing what the problems are, what the issues are, and they put those forward, and you have a bottom-up approach to resolving things. Now, even though the IGF does not produce negotiated outcomes, it informs, inspires, and influences policies.
Yes, exactly. So we're more into the second-order effects. So we may not have decisions being made at the forum itself, but there is the value in the discussion, in norm setting and agenda setting for other institutions and for also when they go home in their home institutions. And we've seen throughout our 20-year history that there is value in that, and major changes have happened, and there has been a marked improvement of the internet in various areas of the globe, which have been attributed to people attending the IGF, meeting people, discussing issues, knowledge sharing, and then going back to their home countries, implementing or continuing that collaboration that was started at an IGF meeting. Back. Yeah, okay.
So besides the bottom-up agenda, the IGF is more than this forum that you see here. We also have what is called intersessional work, and it comes from the one part of the Tunis Agreement was to have the capacity building, and therefore you find that today we've grown to have things like business engagements, parliamentary and judiciary sessions, and you yourselves, newcomers, are part of the capacity building. And then we have work during the year, the intersessional work, which we'll talk about a little bit more, but it's things like the Best Practice Forum, the national and regional IGFs, as well as the youth IGFs. You can go visit the website and see whether or not your country has a national IGF, or if there's one in the region that you can participate and continue your growth in the IGF.
Actually, that's another point we can start asking another question. I'm always going to be asking questions. Okay. Is there anybody here who does not have a national IGF in their country? What country is that? Sorry, Montenegro. Anya, is there Montenegro? No. And then the other one? Cambodia. Yes, that's true. We're working on that. Mongolia, yes. Okay, but thank you for coming. Yes. At the back?
One more in the back.
Bhutan, all right. So Anya here is our national and regional coordinator. She'll be coming to speak to you after this session and see if we can get one started in your country. We offer support. We have small grants, but we can also offer some organizational support, website support, etc. People who we have over 176 national and regional IGFs, and people who have engaged in it have found it very, very useful. But thank you for being here. That's great. Mm-hmm. Shall I go to the next one? Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, the IGF, the mandate of the IGF was given to the Secretary General to convene the forum. So the UN Secretary General convenes the forum. We do have the IGF leadership panel as well, which provides high-level direction to the IGF. They also champion the IGF. And we have the IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, which, as I said, Cara Roach is our current chair. She's from the Bahamas.
Yeah.
Yes. And so that is the overall guidance, who bring overall guidance to the IGF. But as I said, it doesn't start there. It starts with the stakeholders. Every single year, we do have a broad open call for issues. At the end of every single year as well, we have a stock-taking exercise, what works well, what didn't work well, what they want improvement in the next cycle. So all this is brought in, it's presented to the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group and also to the leadership panel, and they come up with plans for the following year. We'll get more into how this is set up in the next slide. Yeah. So, as I have mentioned, we do have the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, which is made up of 40 members. And these 40 members generally serve a 3-year term. I mean, 3 one-year terms. So it's not really automatic you go into the second year, but generally most people serve 3 one-year terms. And they come from all over the world. There's regional representation. We must make sure there's also gender representation. So 50% of the MAG is male, 50% of the MAG is female. We also make sure that all stakeholder groups are represented, governments, civil society, the technical community, IGOs, and we also have media representatives as well. And as we mentioned, we have the IGF Leadership Panel, and the IGF Leadership Panel, the chair is Vint Cerf. You may have heard of him. So he's one of the founders of the internet. And the vice chair is Maria Ressa. So there are 15 members, so 10 members and 5 ex officio members of the leadership panel. The IGF Secretariat, which I'm head of, we are based in Geneva, in Switzerland, which is basically one of the digital hubs because we have the ITU, we have WIPO, we have, that's the intellectual property organization, etc. And we also have CERN and those people who also deal in big data. And so that's one of the reasons. So again, as we said, the core principles of the IGF is open, inclusive, multi-stakeholder, bottom-up, transparent, non-commercial. So we don't expect anybody to pay to participate. So it's not paid to play at all. We want to hear everybody's voice at the IGF. And it's a community-centered process. And also one of the things is that our funding is extra budgetary. So we don't depend on the UN regular budget. It's through donations. And our the pool of donations is through governments as well. The technical community are also big donors. And we have the IGFSA who pulls in donors from civil society.
Right, so each year we have a cycle and a different country is selected. And you see here the many different places, and you'll see that they're from different regions. So you have Global North, Global South, and we try to mix it up.
To rotate. Yes. We have Africa, WEOG region, Asia Pacific, and LACNIC, that's the Latin American and Caribbean region.
Yes.
Good. So we started, our first meeting was in Athens, so the IGF in Athens. And throughout the year we've been to, and then we moved to Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, India, Hyderabad, Sharm el-Sheikh, so that's Africa. So there it's quite clear. Greece is WEOG, Western Europe, and the others group. Rio de Janeiro is LACNIC, and then Hyderabad is Asia Pacific, and Sharm el-Sheikh is Africa. And then we go, and then Vilnius is Eastern European group. And we try and keep this rotation. Sometimes we're not that successful, but we try and keep this rotation. And last year, the meeting was in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, and before that, it was in Kyoto in Japan. So here we have 20 years of the IGF. I think it's been a very exciting 20 years. As we can see, we've in Germany, we have had Angela Merkel and these UN Secretary General, in Mexico, in Greece, as I've mentioned, etc. And we started off with about, 800, 1,000 participants in Greece. And in Kyoto, we managed 11,000. That's counting the online participants as well. It was 11,000 participants. So it has grown. Also, the issues that we are discussing have also grown, and they've also adapted to the contemporary issues that people are facing. You know, we had blockchain was a very big issue some time back. Then we had, I've forgotten the real name, Zero Basics was also an issue. Now we're talking about AI, and I suppose in a couple of years' time, we're going to be talking about quantum computing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as we said earlier, we go with a bottom-up approach. We go to the community to see what are the issues, what needs to be resolved, what's coming up, and what we need to talk about. And this year, you see that we talk about digital trust and resilience, sustainable and responsible innovation, universal access and digital rights, and digital cooperation. And the theme you see in there, it's really based, it's very human-centric. So it's not all about technology, it's about the users of technology, it's about the developers of technology. So IGF, even though it says Internet Governance Forum, that governance is very, very key. There's different layers to the internet, and things digital run on the internet on most occasions. And we are the users. So therefore, we want to hear from the community what it is they want to hear about, what type of things that they want to resolve. What's important is that we make sure that the internet and the use of digital technologies is sustainable. So we also talk about the environment. We also talk about the economies of the different member states, as well as the people.
Yes. Okay. I think we'll just go to the next one, right? And you're talking about capacity development. And so one of the key things about the IGF is that we're not just talking. We're not just a talk shop that meets once a year in exotic places. We're a year-round, we have year-round activities. And we also think that it's very key to have a capacity building component. We have our youth engagement, where we teach digital skills. We get the voices of the youth as well, because the youth are the next generation of leaders, so we have to get them involved now, get their ideas, and move them along. So when they do become the leaders, they do have that experience. And of course, we do know what their issues and what their main concerns are. And the other thing that we also want to teach is critical thinking skills, which is also very important, especially in this day and age when you don't know what's true and what's not true. And so how do you navigate that? It can be quite complex for people.
Yeah. We've also introduced the youth mentorship program. So a lot of the youth are getting some practical look at things internet and things digital. So we're in our second year of the mentorship program.
Yes. We have the newcomers, so this is one of the sessions for the newcomers. And we also have the business engagement track, because businesses are there, and the users, civil society, and also the government, they need to talk together to see what is good for them. And we have things like taxation, for instance. If you're a company that's based, let's say, in California, internet is global, and you're providing services across, how do those people, you are affecting local industries, even though you're not in that environment as such. So those are things that need to be discussed. How can they support the local industries as such, to help them thrive and to help them contribute to the global business or the global culture that is being developed there.
Social responsibility.
Yes, social responsibility, yes. We do provide travel support. I think some of you came here because we provided you with travel support. And we do also have the summer schools. So the summer schools of internet governance. And one of the other things that we do that we're very proud of is the parliamentary and the judiciary track, because the parliaments are the ones that actually set the instruments. They set the legislative instruments, they set the public policy instruments at the local level, and those should also have but the internet is a global thing, so they should also reflect how the internet works. And
and one of the important things of putting parliamentarians from different walks of life is to make sure that when they produce these instruments for their countries, they have to look at it not only on a national level, but on a regional level and a global level, because the internet is global. You don't want to end up with fragmentation, where one set of region cannot talk to the next region because there's no interoperability between them. So that's why it's important to put them in the same room so that everybody can hear what the issues are, try to come up with some type of resolution, some kind of consensus on how policies should look.
Yes. Okay. So as we mentioned, there's best practice forums. So what are best practice forums? So each year the MAG chooses 1, 2, 3 issues that we look at and have a group of experts that come in and look at them. These groups are actually open and anybody can join. And we set to record best practices that have helped other people. And not only best practices or good practices, but also things that have not worked, that they may have thought should have worked, so that people don't reinvent the wheel and redo things. We also have policy networks. So these are a little bit different than Best Practice Forum, but they are multi-stakeholder efforts that provide in-depth expert view on a subject. So we have the policy network on internet fragmentation, which was also a very hot topic 2 years ago. We have a policy network on meaningful access. We still have 2.5 billion people who don't have access to the internet. And this is something that we need to see if we can reduce that gap, because now we have people who don't have meaningful access, and then now we're having the AI divide as well. So now we're having 2 divides that are operating at the same time. We really need to bridge those divides. We have the policy network on artificial intelligence as well, good governance, AI ethics. There is, the race to the market has to also be balanced with safeguards, or should it? These are all discussions that we should. Is it more important to be the first on the market and then you look at the effects later on, or can this happen hand in hand? And then the next is we have dynamic coalitions. So we have 32 of them, and these are dynamic coalitions that we have 3 or more stakeholder groups coming together to discuss an issue. So, for instance, dynamic coalition on accessibility, a dynamic coalition on internet values, on DNS, on media, on internet universal indicators, because how can you measure your progress if you don't have the indicators? And you can't really measure progress if one country has one set of indicators and the next country has another set of indicators. It really doesn't work. We have to come, discuss, and see if we can have common indicators to measure common growth. So at the IGF, of course, there's the workshops, which is all good, but we also encourage you to connect with other people where you see outside, where you see in the receptions, where you see what you see in the sessions that we have for people to connect. So there's the academic and research organizations. We have GigaNet. Of course, there's civil society, there's internet governance organizations, technical communities, and governments. And one thing about the IGF as well, don't be afraid to approach somebody and just introduce yourself and talk to them about whatever. If you know somebody is from a company that you really want to talk to them, just go there and introduce. This is what the IGF is about. It's not about people keeping in their silos, but about people mixing, having ideas, hearing different point of views. This is very important for us.
Yes, networking. I encourage you to network. I encourage you to visit the booths. Very interesting topics going around there. We have different companies with different products that they offer you. And it might be something that you're thinking, hey, I needed this, and here's the person. Exchange your information and get connected. It's great.
Yeah. I think we've discussed this, and we have partnership. One story that I always tell everybody, and I realize I didn't tell you, like. One of the benefits of the IGF, I always talk about the East African Internet Exchange Point, which got set up, which they themselves, not us, they themselves attributed to their involvement in the IGF. They came, they talked to different people, Packet Clearinghouse, etc., and they discussed the problem is that in East Africa, if I wanted to send a message to my next door neighbor, it would go, overseas to Europe and then come back. And of course, that also increased the cost of the internet connection. So an internet exchange point was put in, and that, of course, dramatically increased the cost because it didn't have to go overseas. It stayed within the area, so the cost of that connection went down. Internet was cheaper, and of course, more access and more meaningful access for people. So you never know what you'll get out of an IGF. There are those serendipitous meetings, etc. So you should take advantage of those and don't sit alone in a corner. No. Always talk to somebody, introduce yourself. They'll talk back to you. Yes.
Right, so here's just a map, and you can see how well spread the IGF is in terms of the national, regional, and youth IGFs. So the blue pegs are the national IGFs, the red pegs are the regional IGFs, and the green are the youth IGF. And I must say the youth IGF is really growing leaps and bounds. Year over year. So we're very proud of that we have young people coming up to be old people.
Yes. Yes. And yes, we're going to put particular focus on Mongolia, Cambodia, and am I missing some? Bhutan. Yes, so we're here and we are very eager to engage.
And add some more blue pegs.
Yes, and add some more blue pegs, yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, yes, this is another thing, just please. It can be overwhelming at times. Just pick a track, see what interests you, and then when you go back home, we also have our intersessional activities. Mm-hmm. So please just check our website, join one of these groups. You can listen in the first, and then you can always put in an intervention. Nobody will laugh at you or chase you out the group. Everybody's willing to support each other. So, yeah, yes. One of the things that we also is important is the IGF outputs, is that we do have outputs. So this is a list of the outputs that we are expecting from this IGF.
Yes. I'll say within my day job as a government person that I've actually used a lot of these outputs. It's a starting point, a point where you can trust for developing policies or guidelines for your own country, for your company. So feel free to dive in to these outputs that we have produced over the years.
Yes, so IGF summary report, the messages, as I say, the best practices and the policy network reports. Every session is transcribed. It's recorded on YouTube as well. So you can if you miss something, you can always go to YouTube and search for it. So just quickly, I'm sure some of you have got questions. Does anybody have questions? Okay, we'll just finish this.
Here you go. Question?
Yes. Okay, we'll be very quick now. I realized that we were talking a little bit too long. For the IGF, those are the 4 main themes that we have. And we also connect them to the GDC. As you know, the GDC was passed last year in September. And we have the WSIS action lines and also the Sustainable Development Goals. So each one of them, and each session as well, is connected to a specific SDGs, WSIS action lines, and also GDC. And you can see right there. I won't read them because we are out of time, I would say. I always want... As you know, this year is also the WSIS Plus 20 review process. The WSIS and the IGF is coming up for renewal at the end of this year. This is the end of our 3rd mandate, and we do hope that the IGF will be renewed for another mandate at the end of this year. But for that, we really do need your help, and we really do need your support. Quickly, and in the end, yes, stay connected with us, please. Subscribe to the IGF newsletter. There's the mailing list. You can always write to us at igf@un.org. And we are there on social media, so follow us on Twitter, follow us, X now.
Yes.
Follow us on Instagram, and follow us on Facebook as well. So that's it, and we are there for questions now, please.
Good evening, and thank you for this introduction. And thank you for inviting me for this interesting event, as a matter of fact. I will start by asking you a question.
Yes.
If you don't mind.
Sure, please.
Great. Then we exchange questions. How do we govern internet?
How do we govern the internet?
Yes.
Well, at the moment, there is a multi-stakeholder approach of governance, which is actually a reflection of how the internet was formed. The internet wasn't formed by one entity, and that entity continued to run the internet as such. No, it was a collaboration of academia, it was a collaboration of governments, and it was a collaboration of the private sector as well to give us the internet that we have now. So now we have like organizations such as ICANN that runs the DNS system, we have IETF, we have the W3C consortium that runs the web browsing, the HTML, etc. And we have various others who are responsible for different layers of the internet, but then there's also the social layer as well, which we are striving to keep as a multi-stakeholder input. We have input from all the people that are involved, because the consumers are very important, the people who build it are very important, the technical community, the people who run the internet are also very important, and we need feedback from all those.
I will read the same question in a different expressions.
Do you want to take it?
How do we regulate the internet?
How do we
regulate
the internet?
Regulate? Okay, so
I started with governance,
right? Then you
now
moved to
regulating.
Right. So that's one of the reasons that we saw that it was very important to start the capacity building with parliaments and with the judiciary, because you can set policies or you can create policies, but these policies need some kind of legislation behind it. So that's why it's very important that we recognize that the government stakeholder, when it comes to this part of governing the internet, are aware and they listen to all the stakeholders. We don't want to go back to a point where, you know, a law was created, you had to follow. Now you find that a lot of member states are now getting contributions from their constituents. And this is one of the ways that, as Shangatai was saying, that we need your help to ensure that within your national area, in your regional area, that your voice is being heard and that you set the narrative for how you want the internet to be regulated, but not regulated to the point where it stifles innovation, where it stifles growth or economic development within your country. So it's not only now pointing at government, it's now pointing the finger back at me, at you.
Mm-hmm. And also, at a base level, standards and norms on the internet should be the same as our social standards. Human rights is not different on the internet. They should be the same.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you read my mind, exactly. This is the answer I wish to hear, what you have really said, okay?
Thank you.
Because we can only regulate things by rules, legislation, provisions. This is the point here. I read about the IGF, its development through the years. So as you already correctly mentioned, it started with stakeholders and mainly those working in the field. And this is very important. But let's have in mind that when the UN itself, Secretariat and the UN, it consists of nations, countries. And the countries, they should govern what happened in their territory through law, legislation. So what I noticed today, from the first day, that the legal component is a little bit missing here. For example, we do know that last year in December, the United Nations Convention against Cybercrime have been issued by the UN, United Nations Convention against Cybercrime. When you look at the program, I think, Anya, there is nothing about the United Nations Convention against Cybercrime. It's very important because it focuses, the United Nations Convention against Cybercrime, it focuses in international cooperation to regulate cyber crimes that is committed through communication and information means. So the issue of legal aspects is very important. Either the international legal framework or the national legal framework. Today I attended this parliamentary session about making the balance between freedoms and the fight against cyber crimes. Most of the speakers, they are coming from tech background. So where is the legislator? I asked them, please give me an overview about the strategic legislative approach that we should follow to combat this issue or to making the balance. So to brief and conclude as well. I think it is very important to have some legal inputs in your sessions and in the core of your goals as well. Because finally, at the end, the law governs everything. We are living according to the rule of law. Either it is applied on the international level or the national level. And this is what I said exactly today. I'm a judge. When I see crimes, cyber crimes, I conclude the cyber crimes according to the legislation. So I should have the legislation. And this is what governs the issue, law. So this is my last conclusion. Please, let's have this legal aspect embedded in our work. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I think it's kind of embedded, but maybe you have to dig too deep. But if you look at the digital trust and resilience track, as well as the sustainable and responsible innovations, you would find you would have workshops that speak to these things.
But not the legal aspect. Legal as in judiciary, because he's a high court judge.
Okay. So, what's, if you don't mind, what stakeholder group are you? Okay, so
yeah.
Yes. Why don't you have him on the track? So I think what you're saying is that we need to spill out what we do in the judiciary track into the global part.
Today we have a discussion.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
About we really need that what happened with the parliamentary track should happen with the judiciary track. Start to
expand.
Exactly.
Expand. Okay.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next, please.
How much time do we have left?
Thank you. For the record, my name is Andrew Lewela from Kenya. I represent the technical community, and we run the .ke country code top-level domain. So 14 years ago, Kenya hosted the IGF.
Yes.
And I was working in government then, and I was very young, much older now. So my question to you is, assuming the IGF gets a new mandate, what do you anticipate for the next 10, 20 years? Thank you.
It's not just us, because remember, IGF is a bottom-up multi-stakeholder model, and the first order of business is to go to the community and ask them what they want us to do, and we help them to do it. But we do want to continue to carry on the discussion. We do want to continue carrying on the multi-stakeholder model. We do want to continue with capacity building, which we think is very, very important, and to make sure that those people who were traditionally excluded can come in and have their voices heard. We've made great strides in inclusion, but we're not there yet. Still a lot more work has to be done. Still a lot more work has to be done in capacity building. We need to work hard to close the digital divides, as I mentioned earlier. But anything else?
No, I think what's key is that we hear from you. We have an open mic, and it's the opportunity for you to tell us what it is you need more of, what we need more of, what you'd like to see, what you like, what you don't like. So it's really up to the communities to let us know. We don't want to sit and set an agenda that our communities are just not interested in.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. 1 minute? Oh, last question? Yes, please. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess there's not enough time for my question, but
we can have 2 minutes over, I'm sure. Yes, there's a buffer. It was a small buffer.
I'll make it quick. So thank you very much. My name is Putivut from Cambodia. I'm with the Ministry of Post and Telecommunication, and this is my first time in IGF.
Welcome.
So I'm very excited to be here in this beautiful city of Oslo. So I just want to follow up on what you mentioned earlier about how IGF got started. It was from the WSIS meeting, and then you come together to define what it means to govern the internet, and then you came back with the definition.
Yes.
So what happened after, providing this definition to WSIS and to the UN? Is there any more mechanism following up that definition? I mean, this morning in the opening sessions, one of the minister in the Norwegian government mentioned you're using the word public good to define the internet. So what has been done to kind of follow up on this kind of definition with all the multiple stakeholders here? I think it's amazing to bring all the global community here, government, private sectors, research, civil society. But what has been done beyond talking? From what I can see, the internet today has grown. I mean, has given tremendous benefit. But if you look at another angle, some countries are actually taking the kids off the internet. Right, so like for example, Australia making a law that kids below a certain age can't. That's what I heard. But so, was this the original intent? When the internet got started, was there a vision defined? Like what the internet will look like in the next 10 years, 20 years, and where are we now? So kind of. So I'll close my question with that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Quickly.
So. It comes down to the internet again. We want the internet you want for your children, your godchildren, your nieces, your nephews. And countries are, I think, grappling with the pace in which technology is growing. And they're putting in what they feel are guardrails that will at least slow down a negative impact without hindering. So yes, you do have some countries that are putting in legislation that prohibits children of a certain age using some of the social media, because at this point, they feel as a government that this is the best way to either slow it down or to prevent other things from happening. And that's why places like the Internet Governance Forum, it's important. Is that really? So we're not only going to be talking about the positives. Is that really the way in which a member state or a country should go, or is there an alternative? You look and say, okay, this is what this country did. Is that something that we can add to best practice, or can it be tweaked? So a country might look at that and say, hey, that's a good idea, but it really doesn't match my norm or my culture, so let me change it. But at least there's a discussion about it. Nobody's just being silent. It's an open discussion. You can hear and you can reflect, and we expect you to go back to your homes, to your workplace, to your governments, to your constituency, and to help shape the internet that you need, that your children or our future is required. So again, it comes back to us.
Okay, thank you very much. And please, after the session, please feel free to approach me, approach Carol, approach any one of us. We can carry on the discussion. As I said, we're very approachable. And thank you for coming and attending.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay.